Hi, cuties. Okay, Maddie, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll just be crystalline. Hi, Whoopie. Hi, Mikey. How's everybody doing on this lovely Wednesday evening? I really did want to stream yesterday, but I was just like super wiped out and tired. But I am here today, and we shall squeak all around the Johto region. Also, is my audio okay? Mic okay? Game audio okay? Usual stuff, because no matter how many times I leave the settings the same in OBS, they're always different every time. Playing Pokemon Moon, hell yeah. Okay, Mikey, I have to be super duper nosy, and I have to ask what your team is on Moon right now. Volume's good? Awesome. Because I'm a nosy little mouse, and if anyone's playing a Pokemon game, they have to tell me all about their playthrough. I actually haven't played through an Alola game in a good little while. I probably need to do another run-through. Not too long ago, I found a copy of Sun at the thrift store. Because I have Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I found an additional copy of Sun. So that'll be fun to look forward to for another playthrough. I got it for only like 10 bucks. It's funny to me because, like, anything on the DS or GBA or Game Boy for Pokemon games is, like, insanely expensive. But for the most part, the 3DS games are kind of reasonable, usually hanging around 15 to 30 bucks. Alolan Muck, Como-O, Bruxish, Toucanon, Decidueye, and Togedemaru. Hell yeah, we love that. I love Bruxish. I want to use Bruxish in a playthrough sometime soon myself. It's so cool. Also, hi Cole, how are you doing today on this lovely Wednesday? I actually used Alolan Muck on my team, I think in my first playthrough of Sun, like when the game first came out. Poison Dark is such a good type combination, though, actually. Oh, that's right. I need to go back and get Fritter her haircut. Currently healing from the news I got Monday. What happened Monday? Drapion, my beloved. Funny when an NPC tries to Sucker Punch Bruxish and gets denied. She's like, nuh-uh. I know she doesn't have fingers, but she would absolutely be snapping them if she did. But I won't be an uncle. I'm sorry, Cole. Sending you little mousy hugs through the internet. You know, I always forget they actually let you select from the menu which one you want to get the haircut. Because, like, so many other functions in old Pokemon games will just automatically apply it to the first Pokemon in your party without asking. Because it always felt to me kind of like the whole idea with Heart Gold and Soul Silver and your lead Pokemon following you is something that they kind of had in their brain from the beginning, but for hardware limitations or possibly, like, other design issues, they kind of never really implemented it that often. See how much my Fritter loved me. Sort of happy. It's been rough, just gotta let it heal. I know. It's never an easy thing to go through, even if it's not yours specifically, it's still never easy. Doing good. Yeah, I was kind of out of it yesterday, but I am thankfully off from job for a whole week, so... Because I'm not really, like, sick anymore, but I've still been, like, getting, like, sinus headaches and all that stuff. Also, Cole... Just a sec here. Make sure I'm reading this properly. Yep, okay. It didn't pop up with a thing, but thank you so much for your 10-stream streak. National Park is such a perfect place to just vibe. Best theme ever, makes me cry with how lovely it is. I know. Like I said, like I definitely have my issues with Heart Gold and Soul Silver as remakes, but holy shit, the National Park theme in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is transcendent. It is actually amazing. Why did I come in here? It's like, I wish I could go to a park in real life that felt like the National Park from Gold, Silver, and Crystal. That just made you feel that kind of, like, peacefulness. Or it's definitely a vibe, just going there and letting your Pokemon play. I always kind of liked the idea behind the, I don't remember what it's called. But it was the little spot in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum where you could have a Pokemon walk around with you. Of course, like, the thing that annoyed me, it was always only very specific Pokemon, which was mostly like, you know, babies and unevolved Pokemon and stuff. Amity Square. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking, but I couldn't remember if that's what it was exactly. Hi, Rain. How are you doing on this lovely Wednesday afternoon, evening? Listen, it's still light outside my window, so it's not evening yet. Also, Whoopi, I don't know how this caught, but my Blue Sky tweet about Bandit Keith has like over 100 likes. Little Karibo retweeted it, and I don't know how to handle fame. Please help. Because like every time I've clicked on Blue Sky, I've had like 30 plus notifications on the little bell, and I'm like, ah! A part of me wants to check on it now, but I'm also like, a little scared. It's at 195. The mouse is famous. Ah! I have done chores today, vacuuming laundry and making my bed. Wow. Make your bed with legs? I mean, hey, trust me, as an executive dysfunctional person, like, all of those things in one day, Rain unlocked the god powers. I read that as legs instead of Legos. Girl who's really into building things with plastic bricks, we call that a Lego lass. In a Western, they'd use a Lego lasso. Before I forget, I'm free on the 23rd for the 5Ds marathon. Oh. I need to, like, actually watch that sometime, especially since Crunchyroll has the, like, uncensored subtitled version available. If I recall correctly, I remember hearing something about the animation studio being actually upset by the amount of censorship with the original series in GX, to the point where they started making shit in 5Ds, like, borderline impossible to censor and still make the story make sense. Like, isn't a fucking severed arm, like, plot important or something like that? Gonna eat 5 guys while watching? Gosh, your jaw would get so sore from that. So isn't dueling against 5 guys just the plot of the Noah filler arc from the original series? I think I'm starting to get into a Yu-Gi-Oh mood, aside from, you know, randomly thinking about Bandit Keith. Today's stream, because I think I mentioned this before, but I did pick up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection on clearance at Walmart a couple weeks ago, which has, like, all of the GBA and Game Boy Color games on one collection. And, so you guys almost got a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist, Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldwide Edition stream today. It's just that I don't think my brain is well enough to play trading card game with any kind of proficiency. Because I was actually trying to do my daily battles, because they have a special thing with Mega Heracross in TCG Pocket right now, and I was doing, like, yes, there will be Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream soon. I will say, anything I stream with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably going to be GX or earlier, and it's going to be strictly single-player stuff. Don't expect me to be hopping on Master Duel or anything like that. Because, like, it unfortunately took me way too long to realize this, but I do like Yu-Gi-Oh! The trading card game. It's cool, it's fun, I enjoy it. But I feel like the biggest thing I'm a fan of is Takahashi's original manga. Because I realized the other day I was thinking to myself, no, Ursarctic, nope, sorry. Won't be getting any tier limit loops from me. Shit, I just realized that I'm just waiting for leaf stones from Attractive Leafstone Girl. Okay, well, let's grab Pecan for now. Oh, not Erica, there's a girl whose phone number I have in here, and she will, in Crystal, she'll call you to give you leaf stones. I think Dana is the one who gives me the water stones. Liz, that's right. Liz speaking. Oh, Mots, good evening. Listen, listen. My Nidoran is so pretty, and it's so awesome. Yeah, but very much unlovely. Just ravishing. Oh, it's too much. This is just what any of us sound like when talking about our cats. Pretty. So nice. Cute. Oh, look at the time. I chatted too long. Sorry I took too much of your time. I love chatting. Okay, I'll call you later. I'm pretty sure when it does the ellipses and stuff like that, what the game's actually doing is trying to, like, imply that they're talking much, much more than the game's showing. Literally every pet owner gushing about their pets. Fuck. I put away the only Pokemon on my team that had Surf. How could this happen to me? A minor inconvenience. My puppy Ace. Buppy. Also, Rain, Splunk Dinko has become a celebrity on my Tomodachi Life Island. Okay. Taki, you can go ahead and take a break. Let's go ahead and get Cheeto Chew. Because, like, I think my list of, like, celebrities that they'll, like, talk about that they're fans of right now is Mega Man and Splunk Dinko. Because I actually did post the Get Splunk Dinko'd clip where you land 2 guillotines in a row in Maddie's server on her Stream Clips channel. I knew Splunk Dinko would be famous someday. A non-zero amount of my Blorbos have bonded over the fact that they're both Splunk Dinko fans. Though one of those weird things that, it's like you'll wish you won't be able to unsee after somebody mentions it to you, but from, like, Yellow onward, most of Kingler's sprites, like the front sprites, are on a different perspective plane than almost any of the other Pokemon. While most of them are like a straight on, like, you know, front, side, 3/4 view. Kingler's almost always seem to be from an overhead isometric view, like they're in Sonic 3D Blast or Mario RPG or something. Also, Krabby and Kingler's blue sprites are just mirrored, so they only drew half of it. That's why Kingler has 2 big claw. Though I do feel like the move Crab Hammer was created without consideration for the fact that the water type is always special attack only. Because Crab Hammer has always been Kingler's signature move, but it's borderline useless on a Kingler until Diamond and Pearl. I mean, it's like in an even worse place in Gen 1 because crits are speed-based and Kingler's really slow. I mean, and I'm not dissing Kingler or anything. I love Kingler. As a matter of fact, it was one of my first ever Pokemon that I got to level 100. My first ever level 100 team was in my red version. It was Charizard, Kingler, Vileplume, Butterfree, Raichu, and Farfetch'd. That wasn't, like, my first ever playthrough or anything. Because, like, it makes me so sad now, but I used to just, like, start my game over with Pokemon and wouldn't try to, like, trade any of the Pokemon over to another game or do anything like that because I didn't have another game. Ecritic, yeah, I saw that awesome kick-ass Morty painting that you did, Whoopie. That looked so good. Crawdad and Kingler Crab hammering their foes. Gotta give them the clamps. But, like, my first playthrough of Red wasn't even a team. It was, like, my over-leveled Venusaur, a level 7 Pidgey that I had around for Fly. And then I think I just ended up putting, like, Articuno and Zapdos on my team because they were close to level to my Venusaur and I was having trouble with the Elite Four. Go to Blue Sky just to seek out Whoopie art? You should. Whoopie, I feel like you don't get enough compliments or support on your art. I mean, I know that, like, me and Kubi and stuff will always, like, appreciate it and tell you and stuff like that, but, like, I'm saying more in, like, your offline life. I feel like there must not be enough people in your life who appreciate your art and the effort and work you put into it. Granted, like, I don't know anything about your family or your home life or anything, but I know if, like, anybody in a family is religious, then you get no credit for anything you've ever accomplished with hard work. You know, it's almost always something like, oh, you were so blessed by Jesus to have this talent. When it's like, bitch, homie didn't descend down from heaven and be like, yo, wanna learn to draw, motherfucker? You know, like, that, I put that in with hard work. And I guess that's one of the running things that always gets me is, like, if you're good at anything, your hard work gets completely, like, undersold. I have way too many PlayStation Network Cure Berries. I need to sell a few. So, not all of them. 15 should be good. I don't know, Whoopi. I feel like you should be more proud of your work. I know you probably don't want to be all braggy or anything, but, like, I really don't like calling people talented because I feel like it discredits the hard work that people have put into something. Exactly. Because even if you do have a specific natural knack for it, that's not going to carry you far. You may have a closer starting point, or you may accelerate faster, but that doesn't mean you have to put in less work. This isn't fucking Naruto where they congratulate you for all, you know, being the one who succeeded on hard work when, you know, your dad was the president of the freaking city and, you know, your mom was the coolest, most special person of all time and you have a magic fox that lives inside you that solves all your problems through anger. Calling people skilled. Whoopi's very skilled. It's true. Then again, there's also the fact that, like, I was very fortunate to have such an open-minded parent, but for a lot of people, like, you know, if you draw anything even a little bit saucy, then, you know, you cannot show your family anything ever. Summing up why I ended up dropping Naruto. I mean, like, I like classic Naruto, but, you know, when it comes... Like I said, they spend so much early time building up Naruto like somebody who's starting from behind and has to work hard to get where he is. And that is true for the first half of the series. But it's just like, then Shippuden's like, here's 15 plot twists. Naruto's actually the most specialist boy ever. And I feel like Kishimoto didn't know what to do with it. Like, he had an end goal of what he wanted Naruto's abilities and stuff to be, but didn't really have any idea how to get there. And, you know, once again, when you're writing something weekly, you can't just spend, like, a month and a half deciding what the best plot is And sometimes you just do something and you get stuck. So much now. I don't really share my art IRL. I don't have any IRL friends. My family's super supportive, but don't show them finished pieces. I don't know. I feel like we all spiritually want our art put on the fridge, like it's made of macaroni or something. Which, like, I feel like that's the same thing with social media. Is like when in reality we want more people to put our art on their respective fridges. I do get down a lot, which doesn't do well on socials. That's the thing, though, is like social media is a true roulette. So you can't really use that as a gauge for how good something you made is or how successful it is or anything like that. Because the algorithm doesn't really have any consistency. You can't let a machine decide how you feel about your successes. I'm sorry, out of curiosity, I brought it up again, and it's at like 258. I didn't know that Bandit Keith was so resonant with the people of Blue Sky. Yep, we do support friends. I will endlessly shill all my friends and everything that they do, and there's just no getting around it. That's just how it's gonna be. Is Fritter holding an item? That's not the menu. You are not holding an item. Trying to think of what to do to go bump up the friendship-ometer with our buddy Fritter here. Slowly learning to love my art and the comments I do get, sweethearts like you guys. A handful of people whose opinions I seek out, but when I get them it makes me uber happy. Finish the rain art I started. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. You have a Motzrath? I have been really wanting to work on one because I'm pretty sure I have the design mostly where I want it in my head. The problem is, like, I went from being exhausted at the end of March to spending all of April being sick. So I haven't really had much art stuff I've done. Yeah, do you do an art stream? Just set up a hand cam and start doodling? Yep. She's Splendor Eye on Blue Sky. Honestly, Whoopi, I feel like you have, like, occasional branding issues. Because you have different handles in different places. Like, I'm not trying to run it like, you know, it's some kind of, like, major corporate thingy. I'm just saying that may be why people have trouble finding you. Because I feel like a lot more people in, like, Kubi's community would want to, support your stuff. But it's like you don't even have a Whooper motif or anything on any of your other socials, so, like, it kind of layers into it even more. Also, TCG Pocket time. Let's see what we pulled today. We're doing a pack of Pulsing Aura. If you guys haven't done your pocket pulls, go ahead and grab your phone and tell me what you get. Hi, Julia. Okay, we got Darumaka, Chinchino, Bisharp, Castform, and Golbat. No big pulls today. That is my second Bisharp, though, so that's good if I want to use them in a deck. He'd be... I got Metal Greymon. I think you pulled the wrong pack. Remember that one really scary episode of Digimon where Greymon evolved into a freaking Skull Greymon and went berserk? I got a rock. But what if it wasn't a rock? What if it was a rock lobster? Dan-dan-dan-dan. Let's go ahead and put TCG Pocket away. So, Crystal? Someone on Kubi's Discord that's like, you're Tiny Whooper, but you have a Scraggy PFP. It's like, damn, I need to step up my game. Fun random fact, Scraggy was one of my mom's favorite Pokemon. Like, her favorites were Pikachu and Umbreon. Because we watched a lot of the anime together. She also really liked Whooper, but it just didn't appear in the anime much, so it wasn't on her mind that often. So I remember my mom offhandedly saying one time that she wished she could be more like Quagsire. He just looked so happy. Swaggy Scraggy. Full Art Grovyle. Hell yeah! That's awesome. Bye, Julia. Off to go do Julia things. You know, I'm just walking around Johto completely losing track of what I'm doing. Julia's so huge. Cal. I was going to go battle Cal. Oh my gosh. Grovyle. Get into the Grovyle. Oh gosh, you know what I should play on stream sometime and be really bad at, but it'd be funny? Bust-a-Move. Also known as Puzzle Bobble. Also, I guess you guys get a free random game fact, because I can't shut up. But there's a PS1 rhythm game called Bust-a-Groove. Hold on a sec, we have to hop up and down on the magnet chain. Hopping up and down, hopping up and down, hopping up and down, hopping up and down. Oh, well, I guess you're getting this random game trivia. I'll probably actually do another one in a minute. But yeah, the game Bust-a-Groove is actually called Bust-a-Move in English in Japan. But the Puzzle Bobble series, which is a puzzle game spin-off of Bubble Bobble, was called Bust-a-Move for its North American localization. So because of that, they had to change the game Bust-a-Move to be Bust-a-Groove. So honestly, I think Bust-a-Groove is a better name for, like, branding stuff anyway. Where's Bust-a-Nut? They released that version only on Steam, and you have to download a patch from itch.io to play it. Whoop reading my mind. Or you used to. Now Steam will just put the shit on there raw. They don't care anymore. Don't tell my credit card provider that I bought a game with boobs in it. Okay, now for the other random game trivia for the Redemption. In Super Mario Bros. 1, if you press left and right on the D-pad simultaneously while Mario is swimming, his legs will glitch out. Granted, you can't do that on a regular NES controller or most stock controllers, but if you're using like an emulator or something, you can just have those inputs pop in simultaneously. It won't actually have any effect on gameplay. It's just a graphical bug. Shut up and process this payment processor. Imagine a payment processor just processing the payment and not trying to impose some kind of bizarre and antiquated puritanical bullshit on you. Good evening, Mots. It's me, Gavin. How you doing? My Flareon might be greater than I imagined. I doubt I'll see a Flareon that's better than mine. Oh, and I managed to barely defeat an Octal the other day. I've never seen an Octal get that strong. You shouldn't let your guard down, even against a Pokemon you're used to seeing. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Payment pressed is my favorite tag. Really? Your favorite tag's not Mouse Girl? Traveled out here just so I could battle you. Flareon's amazing, but also almost lost to a Noctowl. Like I said, I love that you can have this as your battle music in Champions. Also, I was being nosy on everybody's Steam profiles, and I couldn't help but notice that Rain has, despite being at the same Steam level as me, has 11,060 hours in Risk of Rain 2 and has the Platinum. That's it. She's the Risk. She's the Rain that they're all risking about. Sorry, I like bunnies and foxes, like the lesbians in Courage. It's 2 of them. 2 bunnies, 2 foxes, or 2 lesbians. I mean, there's gonna be 2 lesbians, that's how you get a couple. Speaking of my my 2 OCs from my manga, Ali and Marmar, I kid you not, had been living together. Both had mutual crushes on one another. And it's been like this for like 4 days. And one of them just finally confessed this morning. It's like, this is the true lesbian experience. Like, they're living together, both walking around swooning over one another. Also not 11... Okay, I was thinking... I have a really hard time with... Okay, so that's technically 1100, but I really tend to say 11,000 when I'm thinking 1100, because there's a thousands digit. But yeah, I meant 1100, I apologize. Though if it was 11,000 for you, I wouldn't be surprised either. I think a lot of Elsword. Sorry, my brain really wants to read that as Elseworld, but El Sword. That's how you say sword in Spanish. No, it is not. Let's go, lesbians! Pokemon, let's go, lesbians. Elsword actually does look cute, but I'm not gonna get myself into anything else free to play. Is it not how you say sword in Spanish? Let's Go Lesbians is the game we're all waiting for. LGBT stands for lesbians that Gengar brought together. It is actually crazy how many, like, gay women are crazy for Gengar, though. It's like, I see a girl walking around with, like, a Gengar backpack or a little Gengar button on her purse or something, and I'm like, yeah, she'd probably be excited to see some boobs. I lost. Darn. The Fable and Gengar are femme butch lesbians. The plot twist being that Gengar is the femme. Two-foot-tall Gengar plush. Random me fact, I actually have my original, like, 16-inch or 18-inch or whatever Pikachu and Meryl big round plushies from, like, 1999. I want to do Guess How I Am based on my top 10 favorite Pokemon. So nice, I actually use it for helping with my posture. Sometimes I plan on doing like a long gaming session. That's smart. I'm just a little too pansexual to do anything about my posture because after about like 5 minutes of sitting, my like one leg is over the arm of the chair and I'm just like flopped half sideways. And it's something I'm gonna have to cure myself of. Because once I start, like, actually having a VTuber model, I'm going to need to sit up straight and look into the phone camera so it'll actually track my face. Cannot sit still, always have to shift around how I'm sitting. Yeah, I figured that'd probably be the hardest part about VTubing for a lot of people. I don't know how Kubi does it. Maybe I'll just get one of those really weird, like, wire things that mounts around your neck and always holds your phone in front of your face. I don't know, actually, jokes aside, something about those really rubbed me the wrong way in a way I can't describe. Like, in a, the humans in Wall-E kind of way. I think she just channels the energy into making over-exaggerated facial expressions. It's probably what I'll end up doing. Because I'm surprisingly animated when I'm not in public. Do not stun spore me. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I have any Pokemon right now that I need to add to the Pokedex that require traditional just level grinding. I think Dragonite might have been the last one. Which means we're probably going to be fighting the Elite Four 100 times in a row so I can get enough money to buy all the vitamins to make more Hitmons. Of course, like, one thing I do IRL, when I'm playing, like, a turn-based game or something sometimes, if my leg gets, like, really jumpy, I'll just set the controller on my leg and just let, like, the motion of, like, hold my thumb or finger over it. Just let the motion of my leg just click the A button into my finger. Also, I don't know if I mentioned it on stream, but I actually did manage to pick up a Switch too. And okay, I've like been a staunch Pro Controller user basically since I got my Switch 1 in like 2017. But like, oh my gosh, the Joy-Con 2 are one of the biggest improvements in a default controller I've ever seen between systems. Like, holy shit, that controller just feels like pure sex in the hands. It's so smooth, like all the surfaces on it are so soft. Are you enjoying your second Switch? Are they well behaved? No, but I wouldn't want them to be. But like, it's actually on par with like the regular Switch's Pro Controller. Just, I guess, being larger and the sticks being larger and stuff just does make it more comfortable as a standard controller. Because, you know, obviously, like a lot of other people, I was really annoyed that it was $100 for the Switch 2 Pro Controller. But I feel like the Switch 2 Joy-Cons are so good as a default controller, you don't necessarily need the Pro Controller as much. That and the transfer process was actually a whole lot quicker, easier, and smoother than I thought it was going to be. I was afraid I'd lose my Animal Crossing data, and my heart could not take that. But no, everything transferred over perfectly fine. We made a Switch 2 so I can air ride with the homies. I actually don't have any dedicated, like, Switch 2 games yet. I did buy some Switch 2 upgrades. I got the upgrade for Trails in the Sky because it was literally $1. I got the free upgrade for Final Fantasy Tactics, though, I mean, like, it's a port of a PS1 game, so it didn't make a huge difference. But hey, I got it. I got the Switch 2 version of Animal Crossing because, like, I play that all the time, every day. And, like, it was honestly maybe a little bit sad to transfer everything over and, like, let my old Switch retire. Like, I still have it. It still works. But also, it is a game system I have played nearly every single day for 10 years and probably put more than 10,000 hours into. I feel like it needs to rest. And it was, like, a little sad and a little funny to me when I took my Switch 1's, like, AC adapter and HDMI cable and stuff like that. Both of them had spider webs on them because it had been plugged in the same way for, like, probably over 7 years. Just, like, in the same electrical outlet and everything. Done enough, Switch. You've earned a rest. I mean, like I said, it's still there whenever I want to use it again, if I do. But I think I'm just gonna let it rest for now. Right now, it's sitting by my bed in my room. Like, there's a little chair that's, like, diagonally from my nightstand against the wall. And it's just chilling on the chair. I actually, got a... My brain stopped. Give me a sec. I got a Switch 1 case on clearance for like $5 at Walmart. Like in March or something. And it's like a really sturdy, really hard shell case, so... Though, like, about a week or so before I got the Switch 2, my Switch 1 started having this weird thing where it wouldn't display the battery percentage properly. Like, it would just jump around to random values. Eventually it stopped doing that, but I'm like, even if this is a minor error, let's go ahead and get everything moved over just in case. Because a part of me was tempted to do with my Switch 2 what I did with, like, my PS5. Because I didn't transfer all my PS4 stuff over to my PS5. I still play PS4 games on my PS4. And pretty much my PS5 is only for something that I can only get on PS5. which is a number that when I bought the system I thought would be much larger. And I was originally going to kind of use my Switch 2 like that and just keep playing my regular Switch stuff on the Switch 1, but I feel like I made the right choice by moving everything over and letting my old Switch rest. Because I have played my Switch much more than I played my PS4 or pretty much any of my other systems that isn't like my childhood PS1 or something. Or like my 3DS. Yeah, I got 4 of 20 in the arrival box. Nice. Let's move you over here for the moment, Fritter. Okay, come on. Okay, because we need to buy a bunch of iron for Go-Gurt. And we also need to save up a bunch of money and get a Porygon. Which I don't think I did yet. Look at Swellow, kind of fell more and more in love. Swellow's so good. Just in general. Especially for a Hoenn playthrough, it's like you have to actively kind of like make yourself not use it if you want to try to use another flying type, just because it's like it carries so hard in the early game. Oh wait, I did get Porygon already. That's probably why I'm out of money. We're again stealing wallets and hearts. Okay, let's go to Goldenrod. I am sorry, I am like ADHD-tacular in this stream. Like I said, I've been pretty out of it today too, and I've been having a really hard time concentrating. So I really hope you guys didn't come here for pro gaming footage. In here for a silly mouse. Hooray! Because that's what you're getting. Alrighty, let's move Go-Gurt to the party. Okay, trying to remember where everything is in Goldenrod's department store. Trainer's Market, Battle Connection, Medicine Box. I think it's the 4th floor. Three, 4. Sell me drugs. Let's start with 3 and see where that gets us. Alright, 3's all we needed. Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and get him his level up. Also, I mentioned this when I was actually breeding the Tyrogues, but most of the Hitmons have a... Most of the Hitmons have a single move that you can pass down through breeding. And Hitmonlee's is high jump kick. So you can have like just a jump kicking Hitmonchan. Or, you know, in this case, Hitmontop. Interesting that even though I love Sizer, whenever I have a favorite Pokemon by type, I put Ladian's my favorite bug instead of Sizer. Sometimes you just have to let your heart decide. Also, Sizer's really hard to use in Gen 2, because, you know, this is before Bullet Punch, before there are really any bug stab moves, there's no bug bite or anything. I feel like Sizer really kind of, like, came into its own in Generation 4. Hi, Dana. Mods? It's me, Dana. My Psyduck is getting prettier. I've been taking photos galore. It only took an instant to KO a wild Noctowl. Oh, you see, her Psyduck can deal with a Noctowl, but homie's Flareon's having trouble. It must be because you gave me some battling tips last time. See ya! Okay, let's go up to Ecruteak. We can get his level so we can get a Hitmontop. Just really want Ladian to get more love. There should have been a Mega Ladian by now. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. What you do is you just go ahead and give Ladian a motorcycle when it Mega Evolves. Just like go all in on Kamen Rider reference. Because I really do like Ladian, but like its base stat total is all in having a giant fat ass. Hi, for real now. Hi, Maddie. How are you doing on this lovely Wednesday evening? We are training up. We finally had enough money to buy the irons for Go-Gurt, so hopefully he's gonna be a Hitmontop soon. Because we got his attack and defense even. I was about to think Twitch is homophobic for not notifying me you're streaming, but it's only been a minute, so I'll forgive Twitch for now. I'm sorry, Guru, but it has been an hour. In one word. I feel that. Yeah, Girly Pop, I went live at like 7:15. Well, for me. Yeah, but I've been live for... Okay. It's okay, Guru. It's okay. Yeah, it's not just you. Twitch has not been sending out notifications in general. Maddie and I were talking about that at a stream the other day, that neither of us got a notification. And it's weird because it'll send me an email, but it won't send me like the actual push notification. Though, granted, it'll sure send me notifications that Dips McShitto has 1,100 viewers watching them play Fortcraft Mind Night, and I should totally get in on that or something. I want Ladian to get a Mega Evolution, a regional variant. Gets an evolution that's magical girl-themed. Oh, that would be amazing. Usually try to notify my members in Discord. It gives you an extra layer. That's why I always post it on Blue Sky and Twitter. Putting a Discord server specifically to notify your people you're streaming seems pretty nice. I need to start putting that in Maddie's Discord. I kind of want to start my own at some point. But I'm going to wait till I actually have emotes and an on-screen model. Like, even if it's not, like, a VTuber, you know, like, just an on-screen PNG or something. You know, actually be able to have the brand out there to support. Go-Gurt's evolving! Look at that eyebrow wiggle. May I hit you with a beautiful quote I found? Go for it. At the very least, make yourself a PNG tuber, Mots. I'm going to. It's just tired, sad, executive dysfunction, everything hard. I think you should just start it, since it'll motivate you since you have a visual thing. Go, 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 Gert! Everything do be hard. A lot of this is the kind of stuff I probably would have already done if I didn't have to work job, which sucks so much energy out of me. Sugar dissolves in water, so please don't walk in the rain or I might lose a sweetie like you. Wow, you really be out here encouraging your partners not to take a bath, huh? Go-Gurt, more like flips head upside down. Go-Gurt. But I'm rain. It's like rain. I don't even like that song. I do like you now. Understandable. Thought it might be soundful advice. Like I have been drawing sketches of Mach and stuff in different variations and outfits in like my physical sketchbook. So I'm not just sitting here like just hallucinating the design. I've actually been like drawing it out. Okay, Ring Pop, it's your time to shine. Free ride! Yeah! Wahoo! Yippee! Yeah! Wah! Wahoo! I'm a Luigi, number one! Yo, that was our 200th entry in our Pokedex. Let's freaking go! Now required to share with everyone the Mott sketches. You see, the thing is, in the absence of an outfit, I have an idea. I will simply draw the character without an outfit. $200 down, to go. Like, I remember I learned a lot about character design when I first started my Cyber Valor comic. A lot of blind spots that I had. I know, I learned a lot about that kind of thing when I did my old comic on Miiverse back in, like, the 2010s. I say just make it and learn as you go. Because that's the only way. I know. Like I said, I've been doing comics and character design work and stuff like that for most of my life at this point. It's more that, like, I am so picky and particular about what I want for something that's for me. The quote I found was, "How lucky I am to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard, helping me get through this week." Yeah, I understand, Cole. Trial by fire. Hey, check out how hard I can cry. Okay, Ring Pop, where you at? Okay, your defense is already higher. Because Ring Pop's going to become a Hitmonchan, but to get Hitmonchan, you have to have a higher defense than attack when it gets level 20. Because, see, they have to be equal for Hitmontop because, you know, it's balanced. You know, when Gen 1 was the only generation of Pokemon, before Pokemon outside of the Nidorans really had, like, express-specific genders, I remember me and a friend of mine actually thought that, like, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee were, like, the male and female variants of the same species. It was before we knew anything about, like, Tyrogue or anything like that. Because if you look at Hitmonchan's model in Stadium 2, its chests kind of look like it could have breasts, and then, you know, like the outfit it has looks like it has a skirt. So I was always a little bit disappointed when the Hitmon line was all male only. I mean, I'm still a little bit disappointed in that because I don't see why they couldn't be female. You know, like Hitmonchan can be... No, not Hitmonchan, I'm sorry. Machamp can be female. You know, so I don't see why the Hitmons can't. A lot of that in Mr. Mime and Jinx. Well, Mr. Mime was fucked over by localization because its Japanese name is just Barriered. He, him, female, Hitmonchan, easy. Fair. I mean, I could definitely see a lot of he, him, lesbians boxing. Jinx is actually 100% female, but with Mr. Mime, it's 50-50 because its Japanese name is just Barriered. Its name isn't gendered at all in Japanese or a lot of other languages. As a matter of fact, early Pokemon localizer Nob Ogasawara, who's worked on a lot of different stuff, anime, other games, all that stuff, actually objected to the name Mr. Mime. On the grounds of, okay, but what if a later game introduces genders for Pokemon? And the people above him said, oh, don't worry, that won't happen. Cue the Femgalades. Want to see lesbians in boxes? Okay. I know you're doing, like, metaphorical, but I just imagined a butch woman wearing nothing but a cardboard box, so... And I also read that as boxers on the first pass, so that one, yes. You went through a whole mental character arc with that message. Dyslexia does magical things. The one thing I did notice with my GameSir controller, after going back and forth between that and the Switch 2 Joy-Cons, it's not just the GameSir controller, but an issue with a lot of third-party controllers in general is I feel like a lot of them have really long travel time for the buttons in comparison to the default, like, PlayStation or Nintendo controllers. I noticed it because the GameSir controller does have Switch compatibility, and I was trying to use it because it actually has a really good D-pad for, like, doing fighting game stuff. And I wanted to use it for the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. And I could not help but notice that, like, it felt like my button presses definitely took noticeably longer. 30 seconds into the boxing match, the lesbians just passionately make out before getting back to boxing, alternate between doing that back and forth. So how do you know who wins? Technically, we all do. 8-Bit Do and the Retro Bit are the only ones that get it right in those regards. Hi, 7th! How are you doing today on this lovely Wednesday evening? But actually, 7th, like, I was thinking about this because, like, I feel like you'd probably be one of the people I could discuss it with, is, like, I feel like in general, outside of Nintendo, modern controllers have been trending to where, like, the triggers and shoulder buttons and analog sticks are really, really good. And the face buttons and D-pads have just either been mid or kind of ass. Like I said, the Switch 2 Joy-Cons being the exception, because the face buttons there feel amazing, but everything on the controller feels amazing. Like I said, the fact that with the, even though the D-pad's segmented into 4 buttons on the Switch 2 Joy-Con, the 4 buttons that are on the D-pad side actually do feel noticeably different from the A, B, X, and Y buttons, and I can do, like, Shoryukens and Hadokens on the 4 segmented buttons, which really surprised me. Because I could not do, like, a Hadoken on the Switch 1 Joy-Con's D-pad. Is this a Golbat? I hope it is. Nope, oops. It was something blue. Sorry, I got very passionate about talking about controllers and forgot what I was doing. This is a recurring issue. Yeah, sounds about right. I feel like 8-Bit Do being one of the ones that gets it right is because they actually focus largely on... Even if the controllers aren't for retro systems, they focus largely on the people who would be retro enthusiasts and appreciate good face buttons and a good D-pad. Because, like, one thing that gets me, and Rain, my mild apologies for what I'm about to say, I did play Nine Souls for about a good hour and a half last night, and while I do like it so far, it does a lot of minor things in modern 2D games that annoy me, specifically putting a lot of mechanics on the shoulder buttons and triggers. And despite the name, I did forget that this game has Souls heritage, so I feel like my main attack doesn't really matter and everything's just about parrying. Honestly, after the first time you die, getting sent to the parry dungeon until you can parry good was kind of irritating. I do like the story and everything so far. I'm very glad it's not one of those indie games that is feel exactly one negative emotion for 2.5 hours. Most important question, do I play Stardew for the umpteenth time? Nah, shake it up. Play Harvest Moon, the Hero of Leaf Valley. Or Rune Factory Frontiers. The game really does want you to parry, those are still fair criticisms. Sup, nerd? Hi, Big Kyle. How you doing? On this lovely Wednesday afternoon. I do really like the art style. Especially the main character design. Fun little cat person aura farming. Wants you to parry, and it will make you learn how to parry. I'm just not a huge fan of parry-centric games in general. It's not a deal breaker or anything, it's just like... This is just, you know, it's not something I really ever get excited to see in a game, if that makes sense. Doing alright, trying to stave off whatever gunk is trying to infect me. Yeah, I got the gunk real bad for most of April, so good luck. Drink lots of vitamin C, eat good healthy food. Didn't hear you over me shipping stuff in Stardew Valley. What did you say? Oh, I was saying that you should play Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. But Metal Gear Rising is parry, though. Well, Metal Gear Rising's different because I get to look at Raiden's ass the entire time. Standing here, I realize you're just like me, 8 inches and uncircumcised. Something, it has to be this way. Guardians is the new one, right? Yeah, it's really good. I love parries in games, but the basic combat has to be satisfying for the parries themselves. Yeah, that's a big thing for me. Like, I can enjoy parries, but I want the rest of the combat around it to be good. So there is a double standard. Yeah, that double standard's called a fantastic ass. I actually grew to like the parry mechanics in 9 Souls just to make boss fights flow really well. It was really nice once you get into that flow. I mean, like, I do like the whole, like, parrying and then the exploding talisman thing. That is cool. But I feel like the game's trying a little too hard to shove it in my face. I don't know, I guess for me, I like parry mechanics to be something that I can organically integrate into combat and not something the game forces me to use all the time. I want parries to feel like I did something badass with my own skill, not feel like this is the only way to get any further in this game. But no, actually, like, Guru Neko jokes aside for the whole thing with Metal Gear Rising, is that, I feel like the parries they're optimal, but they're not the only way to play the game. To the point where I wasn't really that good at them, and I still did really well my first time playing through the game. And it's more a skill that I learned and honed when I came back to it to help me get more out of the game. And I prefer for parries to be handled like that. Metroid Dread versus Samus Returns is the perfect example. I have still not played Dread, and I really need to. Though Samus Returns does this really... I don't know if this is true for Dread, but Samus Returns does this really obnoxious thing where, like, you have to use the circle pad and only the circle pad for character control. Which I just don't really care for in 2D games. Had the same problem with Lies of P because I couldn't figure out the parry system, and the game won't make it easier for me unless I learned how to. Lies of P's interesting lore, but I can't get into it. Metal Gear Rising does make parry a second option. Would make fighting bosses easier if you learned how to? Yes, but you can have it as a secondary option to beat them, yeah. Ooh, Ring Pop is keeping the defense higher. We love to see it. Go ahead and save real quick. Heal up the cuties. Dread does it too. Justifies it way more than Samus Returns. Simply prefer D-pad for 2D stuff, but I can't imagine Dread without analog. Like I said, I can't really know for sure until I play it. Though in general, I feel like, at least for Switch 1, if you're playing with Joy-Cons, it's a little bit easier to justify, playing a 2D game with an analog stick. There is a demo. I need to download that. But I feel like it's a little easier to justify, My brain stopped. Give me a sec. It's easier to justify having to use the analog stick for a 2D game because the analog sticks on the Joy-Cons have such a small cone of movement, it doesn't feel sluggish. See, I just realized something. I can just pull my Switch 2 out of the dock and use it right now. Also, with the Nintendo automatic, like, next suggested word thing on the keyboard, the word Metroidvania comes up before the word Metroid. That is sad. Alright, I got the demo downloading. I know that seems weird to go do that in the middle of the stream, but in all honesty, I would forget. It's also a little bit uncanny seeing either of the Switches with no Joy-Cons attached, but you can still use the touchscreen, because it feels like I'm just using a really expensive tablet. Actually, I say really expensive. Like, it does feel nice. Just the Switch 2 in general feels high quality. But I realized that $500 is actually dirt cheap for a tablet now. Oh boy. Really expensive tablet, so Cintiq. Well, I was thinking more of a iPad, Samsung tab kind of thing. You know, the kind of thing you spend $1,000 on and hand to your kid to shut them up. It is funny to me that people will spend like $1,000+ on a tablet like that they will use for nothing except to have their kids watch YouTube on, but will balk at the price of like the Switch or something. I mean, on the one hand, I kind of get it a little bit, just on the fact that, like, in one generation, we went from the cheapest handheld being $80 to the cheapest handheld being $200. And aside from the release of the Switch Lite, there really has not been any price drop for the Switch or any video game system that came out after it. Aside from, like, Black Friday sales and stuff. I still can't believe, because back in my day, parents with tablets would never let us even look at it. I mean, age doxing myself a little bit, but I have never been a child at a time when those kind of tablets existed. So that was never really an issue. Like, any of the tablets I've ever owned have been either I bought them, or if my mom did buy one for herself, she'd hand it to me to set it up for her. She definitely wasn't dumb with technology or anything. Like, she could certainly navigate stuff, but she would just be like... She's like, I know some stuff, but you know all of it, so you can do it. Born in 1655. I'm not that old. It was, like, more closer to the 1670s. Listen, I'm one of those witches, but instead of, like, the souls of the innocent or anything, To keep my immortality, I have to keep playing video games and eating cheese. Give me cheese, lots of cheese. Give me all your cheese. I was in elementary school and the first iPad came out. It was like an event. Like your parents' work thing or something. I had a friend whose dad let him play with it on iPad on a special occasion. You're never gonna die at this point then. That's the plan. Yo, we got the defense up higher. It's Hitmonchan time. This ended up being a lot easier than I thought it would be. I thought I was gonna have to like buy 1,000,000 irons. My clothes would have been so wrinkleless. Punch friend. Anybody who played the Gen 1 trading card game knows that like Hitmonchan was the GOAT. One damage, 20 damage for 1 fighting energy. Crazy stuff. But yeah, we've got all the Hitmons now. Here's the reason our crystal cartridge's time doesn't work anymore. No, it's not me. Don't even remember when tablets became a prevalent thing. I mean, it doesn't help that everything from like March 2020 onward has been one long smear that simultaneously feels like 15 years and like 1.5 years. So I feel like anybody who is an adult in 2020, like I already have trouble with time blindness, but I feel like anyone who is an adult in 2020 just got hit really hard with like years all smearing together. It was the same thing for smartphones. My parents would never let their toddlers touch it. I remember having to beg my mom for one because all my friends had one when I was in middle school. So like when I was in school and stuff, like flip phones were just barely starting to become something that it was normal for a kid to have. It was like that for everyone, not just adults. Yeah, I mean, you were a non-adult. Well, no, you were an adult by 2020. See, that's how bad my time blindness is. Go, do what every Hitmonchan was born to do, and kick! Only reason why I remember is because it's a big thing to us teenagers. My 20th birthday was like a week before it all happened, yeah. Same friend who had the iPad dad was the first one in my class to have an iPhone. She was cool to us because she would text so fast. You know, I know, like, it was with the old, you know, like, button phones. You know, you had to click, like, because each one in English had 3 letters. How many kana did those have? Because, like, I feel like that must have been a pain in the ass in Japanese. I mean, I've seen, like, little bits of it in, like, some anime that would show them, like, texting on an old-fashioned phone. Yeah, everybody got caught up so fast. It's crazy how cheap smartphones got so quickly. It's like, yeah, a couple $100 isn't cheap. Obviously. But, you know, it's like the difference between the first smartphones being, like, $900,000 something, and then, like, I feel like 3 or 4 years later, you know, you could just walk into Walmart and get a basic smartphone on a prepaid plan for like $150. And by like the mid 2010s, you know, you could get a smartphone for $50. Couple $100, that's like $50. Didn't get a smartphone until my early 20s. I was probably in my mid to late 20s. Well, actually, I took a longer time than that to get my own smartphone because I just didn't really jump into it that quickly. because it was just me and Mom, so we never had any kind of contract plan. We always had prepaid phones, and it did take a little longer for smartphones to come on to prepaid. That, and I just hung on to my silver Singular flip phone for so long. Like, until it literally... I was using it until it literally fell in half. See, it was easier than a QWERTY keyboard for Japanese. Okay. Just have to click 2 more times for the kanji is the same, though. They actually have this really cool keyboard for the, I don't know if it's on Switch 1, but on the Switch 2, because I was looking at stuff in the Japanese eShop, they have this Romanji to Japanese, and you can switch it to, like, hiragana, katakana, or kanji. So you type out, like, the English Romanji, like, phoneme, and it'll actually convert it into the kana. Another memory I have is that my mom got me the Xperia Hatsune Miku smartphone. Oh, that sounds adorable. It was so precious. The lady in the phone store thanked me because she got so used to teenagers breaking their phones. Gosh, like, a smartphone I always wanted, but I've never even seen one in, like physically seen one in the wild. But, Sony had a phone that had PlayStation controls you could just slide out. Like, other than that, it was a touchscreen smartphone, but it was supposed to be able to access the PlayStation Store, yeah, the Xperia Play. It was supposed to be able to access the PlayStation Store, and just you could legally just play your PS1 digital games from, like, the PlayStation Store on your phone. But I think they only did, like, Crash 1 and then, like, a couple other games. It only supported maybe, like, 10 games at most. Because the Xperia Play, from what I recall, was very unpopular. Which reminded me of the PlayStation TV remote. Okay, well, we got the Hitmons a lot faster than I thought we would. That's a standard JP keyboard. I think most keyboards nowadays are Romanji-based. Interesting. Remember when I was buying the Miku phone, the lady saw my birthday and was like, "Oh, you're born on Miku Day. How suitable." Oh, that's so cute. I love that. Okay, quick run through. Waiting on the Leaf Stone for Vileplume. Can't get Vulpix. Can't get Mankey. Alakazam's a trade. Machamp's a trade. Golem's a trade. Gengar's a trade. Have to trade with red, blue, and yellow to get any of the fossils or the legendary birds or Mewtwo. Gotta trade to get the other starters. Okay, Mareep's not in the game. I think that's Politoed right there. Can't get Girafarig. Oh, also, I did mention to Maddie, I don't know if I mentioned to you guys, but I've actually been playing, I just suddenly got the spur to play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet again now that I have the Switch 2, and it runs amazing. And I've been playing Violet, and I am finally going to make it up to Maddie, and I am going to use, Girafarig and its new evolution for a giraffe on my team. I have decided. Let's see, Slowking's a trade, Steelix is a trade. That's Sizer right there, and that's a trade. Remaraid's not in Crystal. Kingdra's a trade. I think that's Blissey up there. Which we're working on, kinda, sorta. And Entei... Wow, it's really just Blissey and Entei. I think that's Porygon 2 right there, which is a trade. So yeah, really it's just Entei and Blissey. Mom loved the charging dock because you'd attach it to the red Zion head and the phone screen would turn to a light that moves back and forth. That's cool. Make it up to me like you did me wrong by not having for a giraffe on your first team. It's not... Okay, I actually really did want to use Giraffe Rig on Crystal and name it Pudding and have it in part of the main team. Like for this playthrough, because I had forgotten Giraffe Rig wasn't in Crystal. Giraffe, a classic VGT staple. It does make me so happy that a forgotten Pokemon for like 22 years is now like a staple in competitive. Mott, sorry to call you so late. This is it. The one we've all been waiting for. Goldenrod City Department bargains on sale now. Want it cheap? Want it lots? Don't miss this Goldenrod chance. I sound like a huckster. Well, yeah, I was mimicking them. Anyway, you gotta get here as soon as you can. See you later. Hi, Dot. The EP's winning. Time to honk shoe Mimi land. Have a good rest of the stream. Good night, Whoopie. You have a good sleep. I hope you get the kind of sleep where you wake up stiff because you were comfy and resting all night long. Good night, Whoopie. Okay, Dot, yes, I will give you some pettings. Either way, it's more like Pokemon making it up to me by not only having Giraffe Rig in their game, but giving it an evolution. Now, like I said, you probably wouldn't think so as critical as I am of most of the evolutions introduced in Diamond and Pearl, but I actually love all the new evolutions that were introduced in Scarlet and Violet. The Farigiraf set that I like to call Evil Giraffe because it's imprisoned Trick Room. I think you mentioned that before. I saw a really cool set from, I think his name's Hayden, on YouTube, where he built a team around Mega Victory Bell with like the Sap Sipper and stuff like that. Well, not Sap Sipper, Strength Sap. Specifically to ruin people's day, and I love it. Okay, it's Snuggle Baby time. Okay. Well, the thing is, a lot of people kind of clowned on it for... Dot, oh my gosh. Dot, calm down. Don't step on my neck. But a lot of people clowned on the idea of it having, innards out. She keeps, like, putting her hand on my mouth when I try to talk. Dot, if you could have one little bit of chill. Hi, Gusty. How are you doing today on this lovely... Well, I guess it'd be Thursday morning for you. Mega Victory Bell wants to get one shot or stick around with Strength Sap and everything and annoy people. Well, the thing is, you're basically forcing your opponent to constantly play with a live bomb because you keep Giga Draining and Strength Sapping. So you keep your HP at full. So it's either going to keep draining your opponent's team or they have to deal with it, but it's constantly putting itself back at full HP. Playing some Minecraft, setting up my house. Like your Minecraft house or in real life? Okay, let's scramble Entei's location real quick. Ugh. Stop. Do not step on my neck. Stop that. She went through all that and then she just walked away. No longer a Pokemon match. You're defusing a live bomb. Have fun. Base is looking pretty nice, if we ignore that my house doesn't have a roof. Sounds like there might be a risk of rain. Okay. Well, hi again, Dot. At least the rain keeps the Indiemen out of the unroofed house. Kind of hoping I could scramble Entei's location by flying around and luck into it. Oh my gosh, Kitten, I'm so sorry I was using this hand for something besides petting you. Just incredibly rude and thoughtless of me. Though, to be fair, Dot has spent most of the day playing outside in her little area in the yard. And also the thing is with Mellow Cream, I don't really want to level him up anymore because I still want him to be lower than level 40 so I can use the repel trick when I do find a route with Entei on it. Because with repel, it'll take into account the level of the Pokemon at the front of your party, and it'll scare off any encounters that are lower than the level of that Pokemon. So you can actually use that to manipulate that to have the legendary beasts show up, instead of running into other things and then they'll just leave. Successfully got my friend into Pokemon to the point where they dream about it. That's awesome. Amazing. Yes, good. Excellent. One of us. I am probably going to have to teach Fritter at least one other move. Sorry, I am trying really hard to play this game with one hand and parry Dot's freaking claw attacks with the other. Also, you know, I didn't do this as a pun on purpose, but, you know, it actually came up in a video, and it's one of those things I know, but I just never think about, is the fact that DPI for gaming mice, or just mice in general, measures dots per inch. So the idea of a gaming mouse having a pet cat named Dot. It's one of those, like, brilliant things I just kind of luckily stumbled into. Ah, there we go. The universe wrote that joke for you. Dots love that candy. I think today's password is Azalea Town. Don't forget it. Did you tune into my radio show? Do you remember today's password? Wow, thank you. What's your name again? Mott's, okay. Come on, Mott's, join the show. Everyone ready? You want to hear today's shout, the password from Mott's? Who's that Pokemon? It's Azalea Town. Yippee, that's right. You did tune in. I'm so happy. You earned 1 point. Congratulations. Our contestant today was Mott's. Thank you for coming. I hope all you listeners will come too. I'll be waiting. DPI talk. Don't worry, I'm not some weirdo about all that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, despite my name, you know, going by Mott's the Gaming Mouse, I do not play anything whatsoever with mouse and keyboard. I'm sorry, but for me, like, if other people want to do it, great, that works fine for them. I am just not built to play video games with a typewriter. I like a controller in my hands. Or on my leg or on my lap when I'm fighting off my cat. CMYK, RGB, and DPI are scary. Just the DPI gets really annoying when printing. Oh, that DPI. Don't really care about loser gamers. Yeah, I forget about DPI can also be for that as well with like printer stuff. Since DPI stands for dots per inch, would they still use that measurement even in like countries that use the metric system? I tend to switch back and forth between keyboard, mouse, and controller depending on the game. I mean, there's also the fact that I play almost no games that use any kind of aiming, and the few that I do are like the Breath of the Wild games, which you can just have gyro aiming, for example. As a matter of fact, a lot of games implemented gyro aiming. Even a few on PS4 and PS5 had. It's annoying, and it's knowing to keep up. Clip uses DPI, so yeah. And I'm just saying, like, that feels... Maybe it's not as irritating as I think it would be, because, I mean, like, in the US, even though everything has empirical measurements for a lot of stuff, they still do use, like, liters for soda and stuff like that, so... And they use the metric system for drugs. Most of the computer knowledge came from there, so they still use lingo from the US. That makes sense. I don't know, I don't ever think about the US actually having, like, anything interesting to add to global culture. So I kind of forget that a lot of computer stuff comes from the US. Well, I mean, like, okay, I guess I should say the wealthy US. Like, stuff like, you know, jazz and, you know, like, rap music and fashion and stuff like that are fucking cool as hell and awesome. but that feels more like the exception and not necessarily the rule. Once accidentally sent a file and it has everything in 300 DPI and it was a hassle to fix. Like, the cover can be 300, but the main pages have to be in 600. Gotcha. I mean, Guru, do you usually do your comics in black and white or in full color? I mean, Japan's greatest skill is taking something from the US and making it quirkier and better. It's not entirely untrue. I still have not taught Fritter another attack. I cannot concentrate on anything. Only in black and white. I've seen your sample pages, yeah. I just didn't know if you, like, colored them later or if you just went for black and white. Of course, coloring, like, manga-style stuff later always makes me think of the, color page version of Dragon Ball Z, or, like, technically, the manga's just called Dragon Ball, but the Raditz Onward portion was the only part that they actually gave the full color treatment. But there's like this one thing that's supposed to be like a real tension thing, where like, Goku's getting his butt kicked by Frieza. And then, like, Yamcha and a bunch of other people are with King Kai watching the fight, and they're like, okay, but what if Goku used the Kaioken? And King Kai was like, well, that's the thing. Goku already is using the Kaioken. So, like, making everything seem, like, even more screwed than it seemed like in the first place. But the thing is, like, that gets completely spoiled in the full color version, because in the black and white version you can't tell if Goku's doing the Kaioken or if he's just like, got a regular aura around him while he's fighting. But in the full color version they color it the bright pink purple, so you know before the characters even mention anything that he's already using it. But then again, like, Toriyama liked to actually use the medium for, like, some of his twists and jokes and all that. Because I know there's some stuff that just doesn't translate at all, like they had to change for the anime just because it would literally only work in a manga. Like a fight scene... Yeah, like, I definitely agree with you. Like, if they had to leave it as is and color it, then just spoiling that little twist is definitely the better way to go. It's just one of those things where it's just like, aw, darn. It's not a big deal, but it's just like... Because I think in the anime, they did a bunch of, like, stylized monochrome shots for the fight to kind of keep from spoiling that, I guess. But again, with the full color version of the manga, they took the better route, but it's one of those things that just kind of got lost. But no, like, one of my favorite little gags was, like, in the first fight with Goku and Yamcha at the beginning of the series, Yamcha gets, like, ground bounced and then, like, cracks part of the freaking, like, drawn frame of the panel a little bit, and some of it goes flying up. I feel like Araki style would benefit from a full color manga. Also, fun random fact, Akira, when it first, the manga was first published in North America, it was published with the whole thing mirrored in full color, and I don't think the coloring was done by the original author. I think it was done by, like, the US printing studio. because back in the late 80s and early 90s, a lot of manga got released mirrored, and they would put like one chapter in like a monthly comic book style, like leaflet size in the magazine kind of thing. Coloring in black and white's a separate skill from color. It really is. Honestly, that's why I have a lot of trouble, like, sometimes choosing colors for my characters and all that, is because I worked for so long in black and white and monochrome shading and screen tone and stuff like that. I kind of have to relearn how to kind of bring out the best stuff for colored work. Then I think I've mentioned this on Steam before, but I have a hard time envisioning what colors things are on some of my characters. Like I said, I have no problem thinking about, like, what color something I've already seen is. You know, like, if I think about Mega Man, I can envision the blues and everything perfectly. But it's just like, when I'm coming up with my own stuff, it's like the colors are super ambiguous. It's hard to explain. That was me backgrounds when I first got into manga. I had to learn a whole new art style just for manga. Drawing backgrounds is interesting because it really is a different skill set. Because I know a lot of people who get into comics professionally, whether it's, you know, like in Japan, America, anywhere else, a lot of times when they're first starting, you know, their first job is to ink the backgrounds or something like that. And a lot of people are disappointed because, you know, you don't really want to get into it to draw backgrounds. You want to draw characters doing cool shit and all that stuff. And it's like... But the thing is, like, it is an important skill to cultivate. And I actually do enjoy drawing backgrounds a lot more than I used to. Oh, backwards. Did you used to draw most of your stuff in, like, the left to right, like, English language stuff usually does? When I first started illustration, it was awkward shift to manga since I was so color-based. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, everybody, grab your favorite caffeine-free, sugar-free beverage of choice. Got my water tumbler right here. Take yourself a nice big sippy. I thought manga was way out of my skill level. I just focused on illustration one day and decided to learn how to panel. Doing panels is so much fun. I remember an old interview with Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, talking about how, like, he felt like, oh, you know, the panel structure for manga is too limiting, and I'm like, I don't really feel like it is. I think it's a lot of fun, and cause the thing is, like, if the way you put stuff together, you can really kind of, like, actually have, like, pacing for a scene just off of still manga panels, and I think that's fascinating. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really feel like grinding up the Elite Four or anything right now, and I also don't really feel like Entei hunting, so I'm not sure what to do. It's limiting if you have a textbook view. If you think of just like 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah, it can be limiting. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing, is like, I feel like Kishimoto is a person who, from what I know of him, from what I've seen in interviews and from his writing, gets stuck in very rigid ideas and can kind of be inflexible sometimes. Then again, I feel like a lot of people get stuck in the whole mentality, and I can be guilty of this sometimes too, with certain things, of like, they've done things in this or that certain way, and they've always seen other people do things in this or that certain way, so the idea that it could ever be done differently just doesn't even cross their mind. It's not that their minds are even closed to the idea, it's just like, the idea that anything could ever be different is just not even there. Know about Witch Hat Atelier? It's a mangaka known for breaking. I really do want to read that, actually. It looks really cool. Just a sec. Glad manga and anime is worldwide, but at the same time it feels like they're low-key pushing for the same old-fashioned manga and anime, which is disappointing. Yeah. I feel like in general in the last, like, 10 or so years especially, even though there have been plenty of great series, great works, and lots of cool stuff, I feel like there has also been a lot of spinning of the wheels of, like, a lot of projects not necessarily being... A lot of projects not necessarily being driven by creators, but driven by a company saying, like, well, okay, this thing's selling, and we need to sell more big titty waifu statues, so make this kind of anime, or this kind of manga. It's pretty much that. Like, Genshin's a good example for me. Something about Genshin rubs me the wrong way a little bit, especially when I see how many of my close friends who are neurodivergent are sucked into it, and some of them seem to even get slightly resentful about it, but, like, can't put it down anyway. I'd like to see China spin off of it, but it's just another anime waifu game that they've been seeing here in Japan. EPs are claiming me as well. Gotta get to work tomorrow. Probably be good and call it a night here. Good night, Rain. Thank you so much for dropping by. I always appreciate you being here. I hope you have a nice, chill, restful, relaxing sleep. And I hope your work day tomorrow goes by really, really fast. Mods? It's me, Dana. My Flaffy's getting prettier. I've been taking photos galore. You know what? A wild Noctowl got away from me again. It was so close. Like, really, just a little bit more and I would have... See ya. You know, it's like, it makes me almost a little sad to say this, but I think I should probably start grinding up the main team in preparation to go fight Red. Because Blissey and Entei are really the only things we have left, and then Ho-Oh. But we can't get Ho-Oh until we have Entei. It's just, you know, Crystal was my first game I ever streamed, so a part of me is a little sad that, like, you know, the journey's pretty close to over. At least as far as, like, you know, filling out the decks and stuff like that. I feel bad whenever I'm harsh on Genshin because I also have friends who like it, but it feels so manufactured. I get that. I feel a little sad about it because, like, there are elements of it I really do enjoy, and I definitely can't call most of the character designs bad or anything. It's just that, like, how it's all utilized kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes. Let's have the great memories of a fun adventure. That's true. And I mean, that's the thing with any Pokemon game, is you don't really ever have to end the game. Because, you know, like, I know Pokemon wasn't the first game to do this, but I feel like it was the game that popularized it. Is like, you know, when you beat a game, it just lets you keep playing. Because, like, I think one of my biggest disappointments with, like, finishing a lot of RPGs on the PS1 and stuff is that, like, either it would just soft lock after the end credits. I mean, not just PS1, but, like, even a lot of RPGs, like, on Super Nintendo and earlier did this too. But, you know, just, like, soft lock after the end credits, or even if it's saved after the end credits, as far as the, like, in-universe goes, you wouldn't have actually beaten the final boss yet. And it always made me a little sad that I saved the world, but I can't walk around and explore the world I saved. I mean, there are some games, like, I don't want to spoil which ones, but there are a few, like, 16-bit games and PS1 games and stuff that would let you go and run around and stuff, but, like, a lot of times there was literally nothing to do except say goodbye to everybody that, you know, go to the different towns and stuff, Which, like, that's cool in its own way, but, you know, you couldn't really just keep on playing the game. Like the way it was mostly played. Because it's interesting people are so critical of, you know, a Pokemon game's post-game when, like, before Pokemon, a lot of games didn't really even have post-games. There'd be, like, some super bosses and stuff, but, like, that was kind of intended to do before you fought the final boss. I am trying to train my Magneton. Why am I getting nothing but Tangalas? You know, while most of the Gen 1 Pokemon have pretty much stuck to their original designs, some of them have gotten subtle redesigns. Like, for example, Poliwhirl went from having fingers to having, like, oven mitts. But one of the most interesting to me is that, like, in almost every game from Sword and Shield onward, Venusaur's face has been redesigned. Sometimes it's more subtle than others, but Venusaur's been remodeled in almost every game. It's interesting because when asked in an interview with Kintsugi Mori if there were any Pokemon whose designs he wasn't satisfied with, he would always say that, like, he wished he could do more with Venusaur. And it's so funny because Venusaur keeps getting redesigned in every game. It's really bittersweet when you spend a whole adventure together with your party and you just have to say bye. I mean, yeah, but you can always come back. Like, you know, especially with a lot of games, you can give them another run through. But again, I feel like that's why I like when games let you just, you know, load back up after the credits and just keep on doing whatever you want to do. Because then, you know, you can just, like, drop in on everybody every once in a while and just hang out and say hey. Granted, like, I mean, Generation 2 does have a humongous post-game. It's called Pokemon Stadium 2. A part of me always has, like, well, not always, but, like, you know, I have thought about, like, I wish I could get my Crystal copy that I have right now. Because I do have a physical copy of Crystal, but the battery's dead. You know, a part of me really wishes I could, like, get a GB operator, transfer this file, you know, to, like, my physical copy of Crystal, and then just hook it up to my actual Nintendo 64, which is literally right beside me where I'm sitting. And just, like, use these guys in Stadium. But I don't really have anything like an OSSC or FrameMeister, so I don't really have a way to plug in anything standard definition to my capture card. Kind of why I like Pokemon, just boot it up and see the team again, yeah. Because I have thought about actually streaming, like, rental-only runs of the two Stadium games on the Switch, like, from NSO. I have a physical Crystal copy right in front of me right now. Does the battery work? I'm not being sarcastic, I'm actually curious. Because I actually have, Well, I pretty much have every Pokemon game physically. I have 2 copies of Silver. One of them's the one I had growing up, sort of. And the other, I got at a thrift store, and it still has the price tag on it for $3. Might nothing to play it on. Oh. Okay, everybody, let's get Cole a Game Boy Color. Or Game Boy Advance. Lost my childhood copy of Silver. Oh. Well, the reason I say sort of is because, like, my copy of Silver was one of the game. Well, just all my Pokemon games were some of the games that got stolen. But my mom ended up buying almost all of them back for me. Not the stolen copies, just she bought me new copies of every game. So, like, that still technically is a childhood copy of Silver. It's just not the one I had originally. Because that was at the same time that my old copy of Pokemon Stadium 2, where I got everything to round 2 and 100%ed it, that was the same time that was also stolen. Also, my physical copy of Bomberman 64. Because actually, of all the games that I lost with that, the only ones I haven't gotten back are, I think, Bomberman 64. I think there's like 1 or 2 others. There's another kind of thing, like sometime, this wasn't stolen per se, but sometime when we were moving, I lost my Game Gear and all of its games. And I don't remember them being in the storage building either. That's in a weird spot, because technically I don't own Game Gear copies of, like, Tails Adventures or Sonic Triple Trouble anymore. But I mean, like, they've been in so many Sonic compilations that I do own, I can't really say that I don't have them. I remember when I got Crystal, it was a flea market. After loving Sapphire, I was like, I never seen this before, and got it, played it while helping out Aunt's trailer. And I was amazed how the Pokeball broke when catching. Oh yeah, that's right, because in the... Because I've always played the Pokemon games in order when they came out, so I never really thought about how someone who started with, like, Gen 3 or later, how weird it would look that the Pokeballs just, like, literally split in half when you're catching something. This is Owl Chain Magneton. But yeah, I do love those little memories that attach to noticing things like that in games. Started with Cyndaquil. Awesome. I don't remember. I'm trying to think who my first starter was in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. I think it was Cyndaquil. I just thought it was cute. Besides, it's a mouse Pokemon. That's what the Pokédex says. Because I know for Gen 1, my first starter was Bulbasaur. For Gen 2, I'm pretty sure, like I said, it was Cyndaquil. Gen 3, I'm pretty sure I chose Torchic. Gen 4, my first attempt at playing through it, I chose Piplup. But I was just having such a miserable time with it that I ended up starting from the beginning again. And then I chose Chimchar, and that's the first time I actually beat a Gen 4 game. Let's see here. Gen 5, I think my first starter was Tepig. Fun little story with that one. Gen 6, my first starter was Chespin. Gen 7, it was Litten. Gen 8 was Scorbunny. And then Gen 9 was Sprigatito. I went with Totodile. Pretty much chose Cyndaquil every other time I play Gen 2, though. Gotta do a Chikorita run sometime. It's surprisingly gratifying. I'm definitely not biased. No, like, I get it, though, because Chikorita is... It's a support role, and I think a lot of people's dislike of Chikorita or calling it the worst is because I don't think anybody thinks about playing support in a Pokemon, especially not with their starter. But, yeah, the thing with Tepig and the fun story with that is that I went into Gen 5 completely blind. The only things I knew were I knew what the 3 starters looked like, and I had seen a couple Pokemon in a Nintendo Power preview, but maybe I'd only seen like maybe 10, because they showed off like Gothitelle, Reuniclus. I think they showed like Lillipup, Watchog, and Pidove. Like, not much. And so I went into it completely blind. I chose Tepig, and I was going to add Timber to my team. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm pretty safe to choose Timber. They already had a Fire and Fighting starter in Generation 3 and 4, so there's no way they'd do that for 3 generations in a row. Guess what my response was when my Tepig evolved into Pignite. Find it funny because I played Mystery Dungeon before Crystal and I got timid, so I got Cyndaquil and I didn't know too much about it before Crystal. That's interesting, though. I think with Gen 2, Ultra Moon, and Sword are the only times I didn't choose the Fire starter. I choose Fire a lot, too, you know, going back over them. I realized the only time I chose the Water starter for my first ever playthrough was that Piplup in Gen 4, and even then, that's one of the only times I didn't finish a first playthrough. And I'm kidding, not kidding, it was like maybe a week or so after... Probably not even a full week after starting the Piplup playthrough, I just started over from the beginning again. Granted, like, I feel like I was also having other stuff going on in my life that made me incredibly depressed and was kind of, like, messing with my head a little bit anyway. That probably were dampening my enjoyment of the game regardless. Though I will say I did make it up to Piplup my first playthrough of Brilliant Diamond when it came out. I did have Piplup as my starter, and I did actually finish the game. I had the very never-before-seen creative team of Staraptor and Luxray. Jokes aside, I'd never actually used Luxray in a Gen 4 playthrough before Brilliant Diamond. Which is funny because it's like so famous for half of everybody's team just being Starter, Luxray, and Staraptor. But no, like, I actually leaned on Pachirisu as my electric type for the first finished playthrough I did. Got the world champ difference. So anyway, 7th, I have to be nosy. What were your starters for Ultra Moon and Sword? Also, I do recommend actually picking up Scarlet or Violet sometime. Especially because now you can get a bundle that comes with the game and all the DLC for the same price that the game was at launch. Water starter for both? Okay. I mean, it's hard to say no to Popplio. I love Popplio. All the Gen 7 starters are so freaking good. But yeah, since you have a Switch too, 7th, like, almost every issue with Scarlet and Violet is resolved. And, like, because I've been playing my Violet playthrough on Switch too, and, like, It is so silky smooth that, like, even playing Scarlet for the first time on a Switch 1, like, with the launch build, I still got sucked in and just loved every minute of it. And, like, it's even better now with Switch 2. I checked and turns out I go with a mix of grass and water. I seem to be mostly fire with occasionally grass. I don't know, it's just like, it's hard for me to justify picking the water starter as someone with experience in the series, because water is the most plentiful type, and even if they don't introduce a bunch of new water Pokemon, it's not like it's going to be hard to find them. You get down from there. No. Sorry, Dot was trying to jump up on the part of the desk that has, like, my consoles and the TV on it. And I wasn't mean to her, I just gently picked her up and put her back on the floor. I am very consistent about, like, you know, I'm never, like, mean to them or hurtful to them or anything. It's just that, like, you know, I still have to be firm with, like, disciplining, mostly with the annoying noise, which they hate. But that's all I do. Like, I never spray my cats with water bottles or anything. I know it doesn't hurt them. But also, Dot is so stubborn that if I did that, she'd probably stand there and be like, okay, well now my face is wet, and that was mildly annoying, and continue doing whatever she was doing. Have a lot to think about. A lot of Scarlet and Violet's design decisions aren't really my thing, aren't really things I'm thrilled about. I can understand that, but like I said, it was still a really enjoyable playthrough for me, like both times. Find it funny, though, that in Legends Arceus, my starters are all my faves. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention it, but in Legends Arceus, I actually chose Rowlet, and in Legends ZA, I chose Chikorita. I mean, it is funny and actually probably really appropriate that Chikorita overall kind of got the best Mega out of the 3 starters in ZA, but, like, good. My girlie deserves something. I'm talking about gameplay-wise, not necessarily design. Like, I think the design is more subjective. I like all the Megas that were introduced in ZA. But I know that, like, they've been very divisive. Don't worry, though. In 7 or 8 years, there'll be a bunch of YouTube videos talking about how the Megas from ZA are actually all the best ones. You know, along with all the videos in, like, 2029 and 2030, talking about how, you know, the Switch era was easily the best era of Pokemon, Scarlet and Violet were the peak of the series. I don't know why people are so quick to judge when people scold their pets. If we don't, they get hurt, yeah. Squint's eyes. Oh god, I just checked it. I have 500 likes on the thing. I'm scared. Squints for the 7 to 8 years later comments. You know, as somebody who grew up in the 90s, I'm not really ready to cope with the fact that the year of 2035 is not that far away. Or that we're closer to the far-off sci-fi year of 2050 than we are to 2000. Hello, I am here. LD, hi. How are you doing on this lovely... Give me a sec. Wednesday evening. How's the L-Sword binge been going? Just got finished with an event grind and now I am dead. Welcome in, it is always good to see you, LD. Gonna dip out myself. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, 7th. Thank you so much for dropping by. Always appreciate when you come by. Later. I'll be honest, I'm kind of listless, you know, to catch up in LDs here and all. We've pretty much caught everything we can catch right now. The only things we're missing from the Pokédex are Entei, which that's going to be probably like a whole day of hunting his ass down. But there's like Entei, Blissey, which we're working on slowly. And then like Executor and Vileplume, but we have to wait for the girl with the leaf stones to call us when she has a leaf stone. You know, actually, I feel like I haven't really gotten a whole lot of trainer phone calls this stream. I usually get a lot more. LD might also have been the reason I got into L-Sword. I know. I saw the blue sky tweets. LD is also the reason I'm listening to incredibly fast music again. Out here being an influence in all directions. Edification for Pokemon progress is commendable. Well, that's the thing is, like, I don't really feel much like grinding right now. So I'm not really sure what else to do, because I don't feel like hunting down Entei either. Actually, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. And then we'll decide to do what to do from there. Okay, be back in a noodle, cuties. Take this moment to hydrate yourself, stretch, all that stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, give me just a sec. Okay. Helicopters above your house is blasting psychic powers, blasting psychic waves into your head. Oh, is that why I think about you so much? trying to set something up, but a certain furball is making it as difficult as possible. Sorry about that. It's okay, Maddie. I'll forgive you this time. The squirrel has our brains. That's right, guys. We're playing Black Screen 2. I know I never played the first one on stream, but you can get caught up on the story pretty easily from like the little thing on the menu, so. It's okay, you can use it. Sorry for all the lewd Judith of Tales of Vesperia lewds. That's okay, you can say lewd twice, you can be double lewd. Besides, if LD's tapping into my brain, she's already seen worse. Yeah, we're gonna play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently, YouTube does not have a category for Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection or Worldwide Edition. Oh my god, it literally has a category for every Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldwide Edition except the one I want to play. I mean, I understand it not having a category for a Game Boy Advance game that came out in 2003, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection's not even a year old. But I love this collection so much. Because, like, look, they actually use, like, Kazuki Takahashi's original manga art for these. Not for this one, though, and you can tell, like I said, you see how the dual disc is bulky and it comes to the point on the ends? Or if you look at Jolie's dual disc, it's much smaller in design, because that's the original manga one. But yeah, this actually has new localizations of a bunch of old Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. You can actually switch languages. Not only did they localize them into English, but it also has, like, French, German, Chinese, Italian. Oh, good art, amazing art. Kazuki Takahashi is still untouchable to this day. Because this, okay, Duel Monsters 2, this is not the North American Dark Duel Stories. This is an earlier game in the same series. This is the Dark Duel Stories that you probably grew up with in North America. Though none of these games here, well, obviously Capsule Monsters is a totally different game, but none of them actually play by the official rule set. They all have their own unique interpretation of the duels from the manga. The first one, Eternal Duelist Soul, was actually the first one to use the official rules of the real card game. The tier list? The tier list of what? Yeah, Eternal Duelist Soul is the first one to use the rules of the actual card game. It was actually a big selling point when it came out. And this is the only one that doesn't... The Duel Monsters 6 Expert 2 is the only game in the collection that is not localized whatsoever. It's still only available in Japanese. But the reason for that is because Worldwide Edition is an updated re-release of that game. It got an updated version in Japan, too. Can't believe the mangaka went to the Shadow Realm with Japan's former Prime Minister. I mean, Takahashi died saving, like, several people's lives. So, it is pretty amazing that, like, you know, he's a shonen series author who, you know, actually lived what he wrote about. And also, it's funny to me because I'm pretty sure the Millennium Eye there is actually covering up where the Nintendo seal of quality would be on all these box arts. Because, you know, they still have, like, the silver thing on the side to say Game Boy Advance, but it doesn't actually say that on there. Because this, in addition to coming out on Switch, this also came out for PC. It is on Steam. But yeah, we're going to be playing some Worldwide Edition Stairway to the Destined Duel. We can do crimes, we can look at the instruction manual. Which this is actually the original GBA instruction manual that came with the game. Because I actually own a physical Game Boy Advance copy of this. Remember when they announced their deaths, Japanese fans like, did he send Abe to the Shadow Realm? Yeah, believe it or not, when I got this collection, I was specifically putting off playing Worldwide Edition because I wanted to stream it. Welcome to the Battle City Duelists. This city is here for dueling and provides duelists with the opportunity to test their skills. See, that's actually one of the battle boxes I was talking about from the manga, where it actually has, like, them sit in the chairs with, like, the holographic thing in the middle. Battle City is divided into areas, and it's up to each duelist to move through each area and find an opponent. We'll be providing you with a deck containing a set of 40 cards. Check them out! Now, make your selection. Okay, guys, we go in freaking dark chocolate, cinnamon, or mint. I will let chat decide. You can put 1, 2, or 3 in chat. 1, 2 is red, 3 is green. Because one of my favorite things about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games is starting with, like, kind of a mid or not too great deck, and then getting packs and building your deck into something really awesome. Okay, Maddie says number 2, feeling the red. This guy would lactate. Okay, Dizzy says black. I like green. Okay, you guys are not... Everyone's chosen a different one. Excellent work, everyone. Okay, Guru said whichever one would lactate, and red's the color of pale skin people's nipples. So, I guess we're going with red. Unless Guru wants to make another vote and be the tiebreaker. Guru, I can't tell which ones are lactating. I can't see the cards inside. I specifically did not look this up, specifically because I wanted to play it by surprise. You don't ew me, you said it. Grass-fed cows lactate? Yes. Ghost beef, ghost beef. That's actually a Yu-Gi-Oh card. But it's not in this game, though. Alright, fuck it, I'm choosing black because LD's the little squirrel that lives in my brain. Oh dude, they 3D printed a save icon. Okay, you're now a participating member of the Battle City Tournament. We will be constantly monitoring your current location by means of electro waves. Likewise, all participants are being monitored. Hence, the location of all participants are displayed on our locator map. The name of each participant will be listed when you challenge a specific opponent. You'll find this to be a useful feature in our search for opponents. Should also mention that the electro waves can only detect duelist in adjoining blocks. That's about all you need to know, so let's get in on the tournament and may the best duelist win! Yes, helicopter doing its work. Up. Okay, whoops. There we go. Love a good useful. Dang, LD having a pilot license. Let's check out our deck. There are no cards in our trunk, because our trunk's where we keep our extra cards. Our main deck's got 41. Ooh, we got Gaia the Fierce Knight, who, like, is cool in the anime, but is really bad in the actual card game. Celtic Guardian. Trap Hole, that's actually really good. Dark Magic Ritual. Giant Stoner of Souls. Giant Rat. Sangan. Feature. Ooh, Sangan's one of the best cards in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Karibo. Witch of the Black Forest is another really good one. Gazelle, the King of Mythical Beasts. Negate Attack. Change of Heart. Mystical Space Typhoon. Cyberjar. Monster Reborn. Okay, this is pretty good. Silverfang. Fisher is another really good one. Jinzo is one of the best cards in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Multiply. Summon Skull. Graceful Charity. 7 Tools of the Bandit. Slate Warrior. Buster Blader. Burfomet. It looks like we got a Yugi themed deck. Giant Trunade. Darkhold. Dark Magician. Dark Magician Girl. So black. Yeah. Penguin Soldier. Mystical Elf. Magician of Black Chaos. Magic Jammer. D-Spell. Yami. Yeah, this is basically just Yugi's deck. Game feature not supported in this collection. I can't pull out my link cable and attach it to my Switch 2. Can I trade? No. Ah! I was gonna trade with chat. Okay, let's get to dueling. Who do we have here? We have Unknown, and we have Passenger. It's like, these are just like regular people. Playing a card face down is tactically effective. Whether the face down card is a normal monster or an effect monster, an unseen card will give you an opportunity to surprise your opponent. Let's battle with Unknown. I don't know you. My name's Joey Wheeler. It's a pleasure to meet a pushover like you. 11 times. That's all it'll take to defeat you. Now, I know when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively, like, they would have you flip a coin instead of rock, paper, scissors, but I think rock, paper, scissors is the standard in Japan. Hey, I won. I will choose to go first. Joey, my man. Now, with Yu-Gi-Oh! There are 3 main types of cards: monsters, spells, and traps. Now, with monsters, you see how it has like a star and then the number 4 below it with Giant Rat here, but Gaia's got the number 7. So with Giant Rat or any other monster that has 4 stars or less, you can summon or set any of those cards. Face down, ass up, that's the way I lactate. That would get the bed very messy. Yeah, in the draw phase here, you can tap the deck or press the R button. Got Mystical Elf. A delicate elf that lacks offense but has a terrific defense backed by magical power. Now the green cards here are spells. Most spells have a single use effect and then go to the discard or the graveyard. And you can play spells anytime during either of your main phases. Like, for example, we can use Graceful Charity, which allows us to draw 3 cards and discard 2. Let's go ahead and discard Gaia for now. And, Dark Magician. And you can't attack on the first turn. So we're going to go ahead and set our Giant Rat in face-down defense mode, because when you play a monster from your hand, you can either play it in face-up attack position or face-down defense mode. When 2 monsters, maybe keep the location station located on the ass. Keep an open mind. Okay, fair enough. Having cards that serve as hands is very inclusive. Imagine someone with no hands. You can actually go here and check with a little magnifying glass what your cards do. Yeah, when 2 monsters with a different attack power attack each other, the weaker monster is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, and then the controller of that monster takes damage equal to the difference. So, like, if you have one with 1400, your opponent has one with 1600, and they attack you, your monster gets destroyed, and you take 200 damage. If two monsters with equal attack each other, then they'll both go to the graveyard, nobody takes any damage. And with defense mode, if your opponent has a higher attack attacking your face-down monster than you had defense, you don't take any damage, but your defense position monster still gets destroyed. If their attack is lower, like let's say they attack my giant rat with something at a 1300 attack, they would take 150 damage as backlash, but their monster would not be destroyed. Lactation Station band name called it. We got Gearfeed the Iron Knight. Smacking my rat. Of course, with Giant Rat, it has a special ability when it gets destroyed and sent to the graveyard by an attack. I can special summon another Earth monster with less than 1500. Even another Giant Rat if I wanted. Which I do believe is what I shall get. Silver Fang, Change of Heart, Giant Soldier. And move my Giant Rat to defense mode. I think I played the Yu-Gi-Oh card game in real life once or twice about 1,000,000 years ago. I think classic Yu-Gi-Oh can be really fun. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh can too, but it's such a different game. Shadow Realm is just a gay bar, but be careful, you might bump your head onto that bar and the bump inconveniently above the doorway. That is a very Monty Python sequence of events. Gazelle would lactate. I mean, yeah, they gotta feed their kids somehow. See, Gearfeed attacked the Giant Soldier and took 200. Of Goblin Attack Force, it's got really high attack power, because most level 4 monsters will have usually attack power of 1900 or less. So any of them that have like 2000 or more in classic Yu-Gi-Oh tend to have some kind of downside. Now Cyberjar has a really crazy effect. Is when you okay, monsters with flip effects, they have to be set face down on the field, and then when they get flipped face up, either by an attack or by you manually switching their position, which you can do once per turn, it'll activate their effect. With Cyberjar, it'll actually wipe the whole field and let people draw the top 5 cards of their deck on both sides, and then populate their field with whatever monsters they draw from there. You used to have a deck Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but Lord knows what happened to them. I hope you can find them sometime. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play the Cyberjar face down. Because using the Cyberjar is really good if your opponent has a field advantage on you. You're gonna battle phase. And we're gonna attack the Goblin Attack Force. Get ratted. Get ratted. And also, after your battle phase, you can go to main phase 2, which basically lets you do anything else you did on the main phase 1. You know, you can, like, use spells. This is Yami. That's a field spell. We'll go ahead and play it. It'll actually change the background. Spooky. Yeah, field spells will have their own unique effect. Like, this one increases the attack and defense of fiends and spellcasters, and decreases the attack and defense of fairies by 200. So most of the field spells, like the basic ones like this, aren't very powerful, because even at the point this came out, just changing a monster's attack by a couple 100 points wasn't that big of a thing. Go ahead and special summon with my Giant Rat. I call upon the Beaver. Ow! My Beaver really took a pounding. I played a lot of card games, so I like learning how card games work. And you see, this left me the perfect opportunity, because Cyberjar is the only thing left. Card games is just car without the D. The initial D. It's all coming together. Got Monster Reborn, Dark Hole, Dark Magician Girl, Giant Trunade, Jinzo. We didn't get a single thing we could summon. And he got an Axe Raider. However, this has gotten us some wonderful opportunities. Because now I can go ahead and use Change of Heart, which lets me take control of one monster my opponent controls and go ahead and take his Axe Raider. But remember how I said that you can only normal summon a monster with 4 or less stars? Well, one of them that has 6, 5 or 6, you can summon by tributing one monster. So, but we can tribute a monster we took from our opponent, so we can tribute his Axe Raider and go ahead and summon our Jinzo for free. And thanks to Jinzo's effect, we don't have to worry about that face down card because he can't use any trap cards. And you remember earlier when I discarded Gaia and Dark Magician with the effect of Graceful Charity? Well, now we can use Monster Reborn, and it can even summon a monster even if it wasn't summoned properly, so we can go ahead and get the Dark Magician on the field. Who is being powered up by Yami. It'll even show you by having their attack and defense numbers turn yellow. They'll turn like a light blue if their attack or defense are being lowered from their standard. Let's go ahead and put this here. Because yeah, if you have 7 or more cards in your hand at the end of the turn, you have to discard down until you have only 6 left in your hand. Jinzo looks like that one guy you randomly know. Oh yeah, totally. Let's skip on the main phase 2 this turn and go straight to our regular. Two Graceful Charities. And the Crime Wizard. You can check your opponent's graveyard anytime. Yeah, that was 2 Graceful Charities. I'm pretty sure Graceful Charity was just at 1 at this point in the game, but okay. I'm a super big fan of him having those, so we can use Giant Trunade, which is a normal spell card that will put every spell and trap back into its owner's hand. That way we can go ahead and summon unimpeded, because I wouldn't want my poor little Silverfang to get hit by a trap hole. But yeah, monsters that have no effects will have the yellow border, when ones with the orange border there will have effects. I have to remember that not everybody in the known universe has all of these cards memorized the way I do. Let's go ahead and end the turn. Zombire. Yep. Zombire is really powerful. It's got 2100 attack. It does have an effect that slowly like denigrates its attack as it goes, but it's still super powerful for several turns. But we've got a Trap Hole, which will destroy any monster that was just summoned that has 1000 or less attack. Because traps you set face down, and you can only use them usually when their effect trigger activates. And if they don't have an effect trigger, you can use them whenever, but you can't use them the same turn you set them. Oh, that's really interesting. I don't know if it was this way in the original release of this game, but this is actually the Japanese art. Because the Zombire text over the card art is in there in the Japanese version, but in the North American release of this card, they edited that out. It's actually a reference to a specific chapter of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga, where everybody... became obsessed with an American comic book called Zombire. It was very, very clearly just meant to be Spawn. He's Zombire because he's a zombie vampire. Another Zombire? Rude. Okay, that's right. I guess in this one, it just turns yellow when their attack's been changed at all, whether it's higher or lower. You can see it starts with 2100, but it's 19 because it loses 200 attack every time it defeats a monster. You realize cows lactate face down, so I guess you could lactate face down. I mean, are you face down when your default is on all fours? Truly asking the deep questions. Hey, we drew the Magician of Black Chaos, so let's go ahead and use Dark Magic Ritual. And when you use a ritual card to summon, you have to basically discard or tribute monsters on your field until you get, at minimum, the amount you need. So that's level 8. So we'll go ahead and discard Dark Magician Girl is level 6. Mystical Elf is level 4. That gives us the Magician of Black Chaos. Interestingly, the Magician of Black Chaos and the Dark Magic Ritual card were not in the North American version of the trading card game when this game came out. They actually didn't come out until, like, I think right around the 5Ds era. Because a bunch of cards just took forever to release in North America for some reason. But the interesting thing is they actually did call it Black Magic Ritual. I mean, your default is on all fours. Listen. What? Me? Lose? Looks like I got a lot of training to do before I face another duel. Okay, guys, which booster pack should we get? We have Dark Magician, Mystical Elf, Red Eyes Black Dragon, Harpy, the Labyrinth, Great Moth, Blackluster Soldier. Okay, first, I'm not going to let you guys vote again. Just the first suggestion I see in chat. It can be a color, it can be a number. Dark Magician will be 1, so I'll be starting from there. So the first thing I see is what I'm going to pick. I mean, we could be on all fours, but society decided that's barbaric. I don't know, some Olympic runners have shown that you can go faster running on all fours. 4? Okay, 4 it is. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Harpy pack. Let's see, we got Breath of Light. Destroy all rock monsters. Dehuman. Armored Lizard, Water Girl, and Ogre of the Black Shadow. Hello, Duelist! How goes the dueling? Find out with this issue of Duelist Weekly. And remember, there are 5 free cards included in every issue. That's right, 5 of them. So don't lose your copy. You're lucky, you just might give your deck that extra boost that it needs. Check out your copy right away. Thought it was Hater Girl at first. Kind of bummed that it's not. Cunty Elfman with the cunty hips. No Cunty Elfman though? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Gyakuten no Megami. Fun fact, in the manga, Kaiba jams this card into the hammer of a gun to stop it from shooting him. Fungi of the Musk. You gotta keep that stuff clean, dude. Dark Prisoner. Little D, like, comment, subscribe if you've got a Little D in your Yu-Gi-Oh collection. Rainbow Marine Mermaid. Yeah, see, when we see Joey again, he'll actually show him on there. You see, now that we're in the trunk here, we can actually see all of the, I like, comment, and subscribe, I guess. Head pats. I will hold this against you. Hold grudges like it's no one's business. Wait, which cunty elf man? The D-human? Like, you can get as much D-human as you want. Okay, Guru, next time when I open a booster pack, I will get the Cunty Elfman booster pack, okay? Okay. Do a little thing here. As much as fun as it is to be on theme, I do believe I am going to go ahead and take out Silverfang. Go ahead and put you in the trunk. And let's go ahead and add Armored Lizard. Because unfortunately this early... I don't fucking... He had cunty hits. Sadly, this early in Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of normal monsters... Is that last time for Mario and you never did it next time? Okay, wait. What did I say for Mario? I'm very cute, forgetful little mouse. Please remind me. I'm not being sarcastic. I am Ishizu Ishtar. My family has sworn to protect the Millennium items. I must not lose if I am to change our 3,000-year destiny. Oh my gosh, I keep hitting ZR instead of regular R. Let's see what we got here. Okay, look. We have no shortage of cunty elfmen. I mean, look at that snatch waist. I do love that Ishizu has her own, I know you're just goofing around. It's just like, I'm actually trying to remember what you're talking about. But I actually will select that booster pack next, because why not? It'll be fun. Aren't elfmen just naturally cunty? Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of an elf tradition. We can go ahead and steal her Neo the Magic Swordsman and summon our Jinzo. Not wrong. That man did have a snatch waist. The Raigeki, rude. Oh, Hysteric Fairy. I used to use that in my actual deck so much. Honestly, low-key, she kind of looked like me, though. My hair's longer than that. You know, one thing I think that the cards, because this is not from Kazuki Takahashi's manga or anything. One thing that I feel like they messed up with a lot of early Yu-Gi-Oh cards is the flavor. Because I feel like, you know, a fairy that's like all particulars, holding a book to her chest and stuff, like, she'd be like having some kind of card drawing effect or something. Or maybe like look at your opponent's hand, but instead it's like tribute 2 monsters to recover 1,000 life points. It feels random. They took his waist. Hey, it's better to have a snatched waist than a wasted snatch. I remember in Mario you were voting on which stage to play, and to be annoying I perfectly said the other choice no one was picking, and you said, don't worry, maybe next time. Oops. Huh, 2 tributes. Ritual. Tribute. Tribute. I might be in trouble, fam. That's what happens when you play a deck straight from the anime. Oh, a card that requires Karibo on the field. At least I have the Dark Hole. Which destroys all monsters. Not with a melee, though. I just have to hope she doesn't have another level 4 lower monster. Fuck. I have a polymerization, but I only have the Burfomat, not the Gazelle. Welp. It was a good run, guys. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh's over forever. You see, this is the downside, is the fact that, like, my personal headcanon for the manga and the anime decks is that the characters switch up their decks in between matches. I was wrong. My judgment has clouded a long history of hardship. I am disappointed. Wow. Rude. I feel it. There's a disturbance in space. It forms an image of the future, an image that shows your defeat at the hands of Esperoba. Yeah, I actually got some monsters this time. Rat time. It's always rat time. You know, it's interesting that the Yu-Gi-Oh engine that they used for, like, selecting the cards and everything, not the engine in the game engine sense, but like how everything's designed with the UI, really wouldn't change that drastically. Like, this is basically the same way that Master Duel plays. Because they had, like, DS and PSP games and stuff like that. Big Eye. We have came to terms, Big Eye. Want to see Daddy Kaiba. Oh, don't worry, he's in here. Ha! Feel the power of Black Forest Ham. I do have the Dark Magician of Chaos and the Ritual in my hand. Ground attack or bugger off. See, with Witch of the Black Forest, I can get any monster that has 1500 or less defense out of my deck. Jinzo. As much as I would love to use my Giant Rat's ability, Jinzo. Because Jinzo basically negates the activation and effects of all trap cards, as long as it's face up on the field, so it's nice not to be able to just, it's nice to be able to just attack and not have to worry about my opponent's, like, traps or anything like that. Because a widespread ruin can really ruin your day. And another Dark Hole. Really coming at me with the Armored Starfish. Is that what we're doing right now? Hey, we got Mystical Space Typhoon. This is one of the most useful cards. You can just destroy any magic or trap card. And you see that little lightning bolt symbol? That's called a quick play spell. And the thing with quick play spells is you can use them anytime during your main phase like a regular spell, but you can also set them face down and use them during your opponent's turn like they're a trap card. So it's kind of like two different card types in one, but we're going to go ahead and use our Space Typhoon. Let's see, what did we get? Shadow of Eyes. Let's see, Armored Starfish, you're 850. Armored Lizard time. We're going to have an armor battle. Because also, if you look on the HUD there where you can see like their attack and defense and star level, you probably noticed a little picture and the kanji and stuff like that. Because each monster can have one of 6 elements, which are fire, water, earth, wind, dark, and light. And I'm trying to remember how many attributes there are. There are a lot of attributes. Give me just a sec here. Ooh, instruction manual. Because it actually tells you how all the attributes work and stuff. Yeah, there we go. See, it actually has all the type symbols there, and it tells you the different types of like traps and magics and stuff like that. This is back when instruction manuals are actually included with games. Of course, the thing is, I spent so much time playing these. I think these exact same type symbols are still used in like Master Duel to this day. Dark Magic Ritual, Magician Block Chaos. Okay, so they put out the Swords of Revealing Light, and that stays on the field for 3 turns, and basically as long as it's face up, your opponent can't attack. For now, let's go ahead and put Sangen face down. With Cyberjar, I don't really like using that on the field until I kind of like have to, if that makes sense. Which might be right now since we are facing down a Jinzo. Graceful Charity, okay, yeah. Looks like it's Cyberjar time. Oh, she got their own Cyberjar on the field. Blue Wing Crown, Behegon. Oh, there's a Maneater Bug. Jeez, they got a whole stacked field here. Station, go and put Penguin Soldier face down because it's got a flip effect as well. See, the thing is, since my Sangen was destroyed, even though it was by my own Cyberjar's effect, I still get to use its ability. If I can get anything 1500 or less attack, let's go ahead and get Gazelle. And my Penguin Soldier's flip effect is it lets me return any 2 monsters on the field to their owner's hand. And we could prevent damage by bouncing the Blue Wing Crown, but instead let's get rid of the Maneater Bug. And the Cyberjar that they set face down. Which means they can't, like, destroy my monsters or anything next turn. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with a giant Tunade and bounce all my opponent's spells and traps. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and use our Dark Magic Ritual. Let's go ahead and send Dark Magician and Beaver Warrior. Okay, and let's go ahead and use Graceful Charity. Go ahead and discard Celtic Guardian and Yanni. Let's set Magic Jammer. Let's set 7 Tools of the Bandit. And we'll go ahead and summon a Rat Buddy for our Magician. Ooh, I don't know if I'll be able to do it in this game, but maybe in one of my other, one of the playthroughs of one of the other games, we can go ahead and make like a mouse or rat themed deck. That'd be fun. Championship Rats. Okay, complete the turn. Let's see what they got for us. Okay, trying to pull out the Swords of Revealing Light, but I've got my Magic Jammer. Discard the Negate attack. Because, yeah, things like Magic Jammer and 7 Tools of the Bandit are called counter traps. And the thing with counter traps, give me just a sec, I'll bring it up real quick. Is, you see they have the little arrow symbol? There are 3 different spell speeds in Yu-Gi-Oh! Things like a normal summon, a normal spell card, those have spell speed 1, they're the slowest. And the thing is, anything can react to one of those. So things like normal trap cards or a face-down quick play spell card are considered spell speed 2. And since spell speed 1s can only be played during your turn, you can't react to anything with a spell speed 1 card, but any spell speed 2 cards can react to each other. And with counter traps, those are spell speed 3. So they can react to anything, but the only thing that can react to a counter trap is another counter trap. That's kind of what makes Negate Attack handy, even though it doesn't counter a spell or anything like that. With Negate Attack, it can just force the battle phase to end, and your opponent can't really respond to it unless they have something that'll counter that trap. We got Buster Blader. Buster Blader's like one of the sickest designs in the manga, but it takes 2 tributes to summon. Usually I like to attack with my strongest monster, even though I don't do as much life point damage. I played Light of Intervention. Oh, that's right, we're battling Esperoba. I completely forgot who we were fighting. Yeah, I used the Anteater Bug to destroy our Magician of Black Chaos, but we still got the Rat. Yeah, even though you do less life point damage, I kind of like to use my more powerful monster to attack face-down defense monsters. Just because, like, he screwed himself out of being able to use his Cyberjar with Light of Intervention. Because, yeah, this is a continuous trap, and continuous traps, he has the little infinity symbol. They're also continuous spells, and they basically stay face up on the field and continue applying their effects. But, yeah, with Light of Intervention, since it forces monsters to be face up, it, pretty much negates the use of any flip effects. Because I know in the anime you'll see characters summon stuff in just face-up defense position all the time, but that is not a thing in the real-life trading card game. Honestly, I don't think about it because I'm so used to playing the real-life card game, but it doesn't do a very good job of adapting the rules from the original manga. Hell yeah, we got a Monster Reborn. The fun thing with Monster Reborn and other special summon things like this is you can actually special summon a, well, with Reborn, you can actually special summon your opponent's monsters if you want to. But you can also special summon any ritual or fusion summon as long as it was done right at least once. So since we ritual summoned our Magician of Black Chaos one time, we can go ahead and bring him back with our Monster Reborn. But if I had just discarded, like, let's say, Magician of Black Chaos with a Graceful Charity, for example, I wouldn't be able to bring him back. Because remember how I said if 2 monsters have the same attack power, then they'll both be destroyed? I can take advantage of that and have my Giant Rat destroy their monster. And now I can special summon with my Rat's effect while I'm in the battle phase and attack with that new monster, too. Because there's a whole series for each attribute. There's like Shining Angel, Mystic Tomato, Giant Rat, UFO Turtle, and Mother Grizzly. That'll all basically let you do what Giant Rat does and summon something of their attribute with 1500 or less attack. No, my psychic powers! They failed me. What's the matter? Do you find my defeat as a source of amusement? No, I'm kind of projecting. Okay, Guru, which is the cunty hips man you wanted me to pick? Was it Blackluster Soldier or Dark Magician? I'm not picking until you tell me in chat. Hey, at least I didn't forget. Guri-san. There's daydreaming. That's fine. Left of Dark Magician. Okay, the Blackluster Soldier pack then. Alright, let's see what our cunty man with sword has for us today. Ooh, we got a bunch of ritual monsters. Zero the Mant. Skull Guardian. Fiend's Mirror. Blackluster Ritual. So we can summon our Blackluster Soldier. We got Resurrection of Chakra with the boobies. Wait a minute. Between this and the Zombire, did they actually change this game to where it would have the Japanese art for like all of them? Oh gosh, that's so cool. Because in the North American art, she's censored and she has like a, I guess a tank top that covers like her shoulder. It doesn't cover her shoulders, but like you can't see the cleavage. Okay, let's do one more duel and then we'll call it a night. So every time I look at packs, I'm just staring at the wall. When I look at packs, I would just be staring at the wall. It's okay. Let's talk to Passenger real quick. Since you're participating in the Battle City tournament, you probably know what it takes to win. Do you think you can give me some tips? Am I right in thinking a deck should contain some powerful monsters? You know, that's probably supposed to be bet. I'll bet you can't lose if you pack a deck with creatures that have attacks of 3,000, right? No. See, I can sense the boobies. It's all that lactation focus. You summon the boobies. Okay, so I'm going to go to my main deck, and I am going to take out some tribute monsters, and even if they're weak, I'm going to add some regular summonable monsters. I love you, Guy of the Fierce Knight, because you're from the original manga. But gosh, I've had 2 games where I was just holding hands full of tribute monsters I could not use. Summon Skull's really good because it's a single tribute with 2,500 attack. I don't want to give up Busty Blader, but I may not have a choice. Let's see here. Rainbow Marine Mermaid, your stats are so low. Why are you 5 stars? You know, I think we'll just put Water Girl in there. She's not super powerful or anything, but She's cute. Well, no, you see, okay, but Water Girl is the edited art because she's got like cleavage and stuff like that in the Japanese art. I don't know why the U.S. is so sensitive about boobies, because don't American women have bigger breasts than Japanese women? No, it's not all, but it's more common. Well, okay, here's the thing. It's not just boobs in general, but it's a lot of the Christian puritanical stuff, and a lot of... It's not a lot of people in America are offended by that. Most people aren't. Most people don't care. But keep in mind, it's a very small selection of very backwards conservative people who pretty much make all the decisions for stuff like payment processors and all that. And the thing is, they live in constant fear of women's bodies, of women's independence, of women's autonomy. And it's the whole puritanical, you know, anything sex-related is evil, and you're a gooner, and you're a terrible person, and the whole weird thing that a woman's body is just inherently sinful for existing. Yo, it looks like I, Weevil Underwood, have found another victim to fall for my insect deck. Don't worry, though. Weevil here never has to worry. He'll never see a naked woman in his life. You know, actually, jokes aside, the whole, like, weird thing about, you know, being able to get with people and lose your virginity as some kind of, like, weird status symbol is kind of fucked up, honestly. Especially because, like, there are a lot of people who don't really care either way about sex at all, and that's fine. And it's just, like, such a weird qualifier for anything. Especially because, like, you know, and this gets especially thrown on women a lot, but, like, if you don't have sex, you're a dried-up prude who can't get any and can't score. But if you do have sex, you're a slut, and sex is all you think about. It's just like, no, I'm just a person. It's fine. It's okay. Gonna change part to steal your Kamakiri. And now we shall tribute the Kamakiri for Maburfomet. Yep. And then Burfomet's ability lets us add Gazelle to our hand. Okie dokie, battle phase time. 14 to your face. Guess it's the same. I mean, like, it's the same foundation of a lot of the weird backwards puritanical people online and stuff. Because that's the thing, is like, the people like that have not changed at all over time. They're all just as backwards, and like the fact that younger people are like that makes me very sad. Because, you know, I spent a lot of my time and stuff like pushing back against people like that. My mom spent a lot of her, you know, childhood and stuff pushing back against people like that. So many opinions, but in short, it's stupid and annoying. Yeah. That pretty much sums it up. It is stupid and annoying. Because, like, even if you don't like that kind of stuff and, you know, you're sex repulsed or whatever, all you gotta do is be like, and back away. Block the person. You know, it's just like, it's a similar thing to a lot of people in, like, video game spheres where they have to, like, come out in, like, a review or people talking about a video game, whether they're talking positively or negatively, and talk about how much they fucking hate that video game. And it's like, okay. It's like people feel weirdly compelled to push their opinion into everything. And I'm just like, you don't have to do that. You can just... I mean, okay, if someone says, yo, what do you think about this or that video game? You can be like, then, yeah, give your opinion, sure. But, you know, just, like, tagging in, like, if you somehow see something on your timeline or something, you feel like you have to jump in and be part of it. Hey, now just enjoying spicy stuff is low-key a protest. Wrong wording. No, that's not the wrong wording, though. It is... The The fact that enjoying that kind of thing is an act of rebellion is so bizarre because it shouldn't be, but it is. Because, like, I haven't published as much of it on my Blue Sky and stuff, but I draw a lot of NSFW stuff too. And it's wonderful and it's fun and no one should ever be ashamed of it. Because it's just a normal thing to do. You know, I added another monster and I'm still barely drawing any monsters. Why is this happening? Needleworm. Discard 5? That's rude. What did I discard? Ow. Ooh. E. Damn, that sucks. I didn't want to discard any of those. I was hoping it would discard one of my, like, level 7 monsters and I could just Monster Reborn them. I mean, I guess leave it to Weevil to be a pain in the butt. It's like I have a bunch of stuff that could start plays, but I just don't have any of the monsters to do anything with it. Winged Cleaver. I mean, I can't believe I'm running his field with a monster that has 1300 attack. Ooh, okay, now we got some stuff we can do. Let's go ahead and activate Monster Reborn. And I'm going to special summon my own Sangen from the graveyard. Only thing on Spice Stuff is label it. Yeah. Like, again, like, label it so people who don't want to see it don't have to. Alrighty, now let's go ahead and tribute Sangen and Giant Stoner of Souls for Buster Blader. And Sangen still gets its effect even when it's tributed for a tribute summon, so I still get to search my deck for a monster of 1500 or less attack. And don't worry, LD, you're not being redundant. I figured you're probably in L-Sword land and just kind of listening to me in the background, which is totally cool. Decisions. Not good at them. I'll go ahead and get Witch of the Black Forest. Annoying part is that when we do, there's always somebody waltz in and still blame us, even though we did all we could do. M Warrior number 2, that's not an insect weevil. Actually, that is one, like, minor little thing that annoys me in this game. But I don't even know if there were enough cards in the game to facilitate it. But a lot of the characters that are supposed to have themed decks will also just have, like, completely random off-theme filler cards. So I can get my witch on the battlefield. I can't complain though, I got to summon Buster Blader and it's really freaking cool. And it's low-key annoying because no longer a teen watching into NSFW spaces. Now it's my turn, but for some reason my age is iffy about it because no one thought to protect them and blame all their troubles to looking at a boob at age 12. So we still went to look at new Digimon cards. Are you winning? Yes. How dare you leave my monster card game stream to go look at a monster-based card game? I am appalled. What do you mean? Just mean, don't you intentionally just let it slip through all adult filters for people who are blocking it? Not the hole. Ha! Fortunately, I have anti-hole tech. Discard the D-spell, because that spell's almost useless. Because they didn't actually give it its effect from the manga. No, one thing that actually really irritates me with early Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that they would nerf all the cards from the manga, but then they'd make new cards that would basically do the same thing the manga cards did or better. And it just reeks of, this is my OC who can beat Goku. Intern. I feel like the algo will just show not safe for work artwork to people who don't want it, despite us tagging it. It is really weird. Like, Blue Sky's algorithm does some wacky stuff. Or it just seems to have trends of things that it wants to show people. Like, for about a week, it was showing everybody posts about people's pets dying. Apparently this week it's showing everybody posts about Bandit Keith. Yo, I don't believe it! I'm not supposed to lose with my all-powerful insect deck! Okie dokie, guys. Okay, so Guru got to pick last time. Okay, Cole, which booster pack do we want to get? We got Dark Magician, Mystical Elf, Red Eyes Black Dragon, Harpy Lady. Oh, actually, Cole, you got to pick last time. That's right, because you picked the Harpy Lady one. Okay, LD. Pick a pack. You can just say a number or a color if you don't know any of the monsters. Most NSFW artists I know are more responsible than that. Yeah, for sure. I tried to offer a Galmon. I like the girl with the hair. Mystical Elf, this one right here? Okie dokie. Let's see what Mystical Elves have for it. We have a Holograph. Mavelis. Stone Armadillo. Or Armadillo. Wood Remains. Wood. Carbanola Warrior. That one's actually really useful. Okay, I know it looks like a basic fusion monster, but that's really useful in some of the later Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks with like Metamorphosis and stuff like that. Okay. Alrighty, I'm starting to get really hungry, and the kitties are also asking me to feed them. So I think we'll go ahead and call it right here for now on Yu-Gi-Oh! See, it should auto-save. Well, okay, here, let's see. What we're going to do is let's go ahead and hit Quit Game. Let's boot it back up to make sure everything's still there. M-Warrior number 1 and M-Warrior 2 fused. Ooh. I'm still here. I'm just super tired. I kind of figured. Okay, so yeah, we got everything. Okay, because there's Weevil, we just fought him. Most people don't realize how frequent it happens because they don't have adult content completely hidden. Thing is, like, I don't have it hidden on any of my accounts, but there's also the fact that, like, I live alone and I don't really have anybody that, like, would peer over my phone. And even when I lived with Mom, like, she wouldn't care. You know, I go back to the story I said about I was sitting in my room watching a Beyblade DVD. And, you know, it wasn't on a risque scene or anything, but, you know, my mom just, like, walks by my bedroom door, looks in, she's like, oh, what you watching? And I'm like, Beyblade. But the thing is, she thought the name of the series was Babe Laid, like B-A-B-E space L-A-I-D. And her response was, Are you sure you want to be watching that while I'm home? And I explained to her what the series was and showed her the cover, and she was like, explained to me that she thought it was Babe Laid. But yeah, I wanted to show you Expert 2, which is the Japanese thing, because I actually did start it up, but this one is entirely in Japanese. My Kaban. But yeah, it's got the Japanese versions of the cards. I ended up, wow, now that I look at it, I think I ended up choosing the same deck, just randomly goofing around with this on my own. Because see, look, it's got the Japanese, like, Monster Reborn art. Oh, is the stream ending? I thought it was just Yu-Gi-Oh! That was ending. Well, it's been 4 hours, but no, hell, let's play another game for a little bit. Why not? Did I miss here? Well, I have been going for 4 hours, but like, shit, you know what? Let's do another like 10, 20 minutes. Let's start Metroid Dread. I've never played Dread before. I played some of the older Metroids. Aw, Yugi's grandpa. The LD brainwave's working again. I'm an easy mark. You put cute squirrel in front of me. Normal mode, I'm not a rookie. And smash cut to me getting completely bodied on the first room. Metroid, a virulent floating organism that drained energy from its prey through physical contact. Metroids were originally created by the Chozo and named after their word for ultimate warrior. Their value as a bioweapon sparked several crises, and as a result, all traces of them have been eliminated. They're now extinct. Press the button on your remote, the mind control copter goes brrrr. A gelatinous parasitic organism, indigenous to the planet SR-388. It could absorb the DNA of its host, living or dead, and replicate its form. When infected with a living host, it could even access the host's memories. X-parasites were driven not by emotion, but by an instinctive need to replicate and spread to increasingly stronger hosts. Their inability to be controlled marked them as even more dangerous than their sole predator, the Metroids. Like the Metroids, they are believed extinct. With no Metroid surviving on SR-388, it became infested with the X, horrifying parasites capable of imitating any living being. Unaware of this, I set foot on the planet, got infected, and almost died. The only thing that saved me was a vaccine created from Metroid DNA, which left me uniquely able to oppose the X. This ability was tested immediately when I was brought to the Biologic Space Laboratory's BSL research station to investigate a distress signal. There, I battled many powerful X-forms, including SA-X, which was an X mimicking me in my power suit at full strength. I eventually eliminated the X-menace on SR-388 by setting the BSL research station on a collision course with a planet. After that, the X and Metroids were just memories. Or so we thought. Just when it seemed over, the Galactic Federation received a mysterious video transmission. It showed an X, alive and in the wild. Thorough analysis was proved the video was real. Although the sender was unknown, the transmission was traced to a particular planet. It was called ZDR. If the X had somehow escaped extinction out there, they would pose a threat to the entire galaxy. The Galactic Federation dispatched a research team of 7 IMI to investigate. An IMI is a large research robot designed to capture field samples and extract their DNA. Their incredible mobility and protective plating made of the strongest stuff in the universe practically guaranteed the mission's success. But not long after arrival on ZDR, all communication was lost. What's happening on ZDR? Is the planet really infested with X? As the only one immune to the parasites, it's up to me to go out there and find out. So that's pretty much a recap of Metroid, Metroid 2, Metroid, Super Metroid, and Metroid Fusion. So the part with the Immies and the new X parasite is actually the intro to this game.
Entering the atmosphere in T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, unlike a lot of other Nintendo series, Metroid actually has a really strong sense of continuity and all the game's stories go together. Which is something I really love about the series.
That elevator leads to the depths of an underground facility. Signal quality is likely low. Remote communication remains problem. Try to connect to the facility's network when you reach the bottom. That way, you can remain in contact. Many injections waiting.
Reminds me when I was a kid, I was playing Metroid and noticed Samus had a feminine body, so I'd purposely die just to see it again because I was convinced that Samus was a man. When the original Metroid release, the fact that Samus was a woman was kept secret until you beat the game. Alrighty. Analog stick moves. E is jump, Y is shoot. R preps the missiles. X is like your counterattack. Okay. Oh, I got 15 missiles to start with. Usually with most Metroid games, you don't start with any. I was playing it on Game Boy, and you can see your silhouette a bit. Oh, is it the Samus Returns on the original Game Boy? Tilting to run, press ZL to slide. Okay, cool. Use L to use free aim mode until... Okay. Naruhodo. Interestingly, a lot of this control seems to be from Fusion, which, like, as far as raw gameplay goes, Metroid Fusion's my favorite Metroid. Just to play. Ammo, already at max capacity. Okay. R to ready missiles, Y to fire. Some destructible blocks are hidden. If you run into a dead end, try shooting at your surroundings. Striking some blocks with missiles may reveal how to destroy them. Eat dirt, everyone in the vicinity! Oop. Heck. I think so. It was a random game the store had for kids to play whenever they got bored waiting for their parents. I know they had that on demo kiosks for a while in the US as well, so...
Uploading data.
So, you've accessed a network station. Well done, Samus. I have reviewed your vital signs and video log from the data you uploaded. I've run a full analysis, but I cannot account for why you lost consciousness. My readings indicate dramatic physical changes in you. Whatever caused these changes seems to have stripped you of most abilities. You might call it physical amnesia. That brings me to your assailant. I am checking the Federation database against your video log. It appears to have been a Chozo. The attacker's identity is not yet clear. I have determined that you are somewhere within the depths of ZDR. Your top priority should be to return to your ship on the surface. This situation is precarious. Trust your instincts as you navigate upward. This planet appears to consist of multiple areas. Shuttles, elevators, and other modes of transport connect them. Keep an eye out for ways to reach the surface. The ship's location is marked on your global map. Check it for yourself. You may encounter pockets of low temperature. Your Metroid DNA renders you vulnerable to such environments. Spending time in cold areas will be harmful to you. There are many such cold areas scattered underground. Do not enter them with your basic power suit. One final thing. Underground interference is preventing radio transmissions. Check in with me at any network stations you find.
Because one thing I love with Metroid is, like, Metroids, the creatures, are weak against ice, and in Metroid Fusion, where which is when Samus gets, like, Metroid DNA, and from then onward, Samus also has that weakness. I can't carry over demo save data? Oh, come on. Use a melee counter at the right moment to parry certain attacks and automatically take aim at the attacker. Press X to use your melee counter now. Parry enemies with the melee counter by pressing X at the right moment. Yeah. 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 Honestly, I kind of miss demo kiosks a little bit. They have one for the Switch, and then the Switch 2 at my Walmart that I go to. But they had to turn it off to do all the remodel stuff recently, and they haven't had it back on since. It's cool because they'll have like the usual Marios and stuff like that that you'd expect, but they'll occasionally have like a few unexpected games you can play demos of. I know they had a demo for the remaster of Metroid Prime back when that was coming out. Gonna head out. Have a good rest of the night. Thank you for the stream. Good night, Cole. I'm probably going to be wrapping up here in a little bit. But you have a good night. I hope you have a good rest. Ooh, map's blinking indicates a hidden item. Whoa. Missile tank. Hell yeah. We love missiles. Like, comment, and subscribe if you love missiles. Yep. Energy for the central unit transform the arm cannon to the Omega Cannon. Omega Blaster online. Sweet. I don't know if I see them anymore since demos available on your console. No longer a need for them. Do you miss them? Feels like kids nowadays would enjoy them as well because of how costly they've become. I mean, I can definitely guarantee you that. So I worked at a place that sold video games and stuff for a while, as I've mentioned before, and like we had Switch 1 demo units when I worked there, and I can guarantee you that kids would love to come in, and while their parents were looking around or whatever, they would play like Mario Kart or Super Mario Odyssey. I remember one time when it wasn't super busy, there was a little kid, like maybe 4 or 5, with the Joy-Cons trying to figure out Mario Odyssey, and I was like, oh, you know, showing them how to jump and how to swing the Joy-Con to like use your hat attack and stuff. It was really fun. All right, everybody. Grab your non-caffeinated, sugar-free beverage of choice and take a nice big sippy. I got my water right here. I need to refill it, though. Good. Well. Got to drink all day, so sippy time. I'm not gonna play much more in the way of Metroid Dread, the demo, since you can't save. It kind of like sucks out a little bit my want to play the demo, but the actual gameplay is a lot of fun. So very much cool. I will probably be picking it up whenever I can find a decentish price. But I'm glad you at least finally got something to drink, LD. Do you have actual water? It's not Red Bull, is it? At least if it is, please tell me it's the sugar-free one. It is a cute story. Like I said, like it's one thing I loved about working there is when parents would bring in their kids to get a new game console or something or a new game because the kid was always so excited. And I mean, I remember being a kid and my mom said I could actually go get a new game or something. It was fun. It was so exciting. I mean, I still kind of get excited to get new games. I won't lie. It's actually like I know I mentioned it with LD on Blue Sky, you know, talking about it. But like one of the upsides of buying a lot less games than I used to is that getting a new game is really exciting again. Because I used to buy like everything that came out that I could find on sale or whatever, and now like I really only buy something if it's something I really want to play right now, or if it's something where like the sale price is just way too good to pass up. Yeah, I do believe I will call it a night. I am super hungry. It is like after 11:30 already, but I'm glad we got to play so many different games. I'm glad I had my first 4-hour stream since coming back from being sick. Our kids nowadays feel isolated. I feel like it'd be a good experience for that kid. Yeah, let's go get some eats. Let's all get some rest. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow. I want to get back on my usual schedule of, you know, Sunday or Monday, and then Tuesday and Thursday. But goodbye, cuties. Good night. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye, bye, bye.